Old fashioned way.
For today?
Guess we're gonna go by this right here.
Oh, we get it on the machines. I'm so used to paper, from old school, yeah.
I mean, you both. You ready for me to call this to order? All right, good morning. I'd like to call this meeting to order real quick. I'd like to do a quick roll call. So Brian Jolly. Present. Harold Simpson.
Here.
Lenore Newsom.
President.
Becca Mitchell.
Here.
Debbie Mack.
Here.
Rodney Richmond.
Here.
And Amy Ford. I'm Lynn Krause, all present.
Okay, let's go on the record then in matter of Christina Chow Weeks, reinstatement application at reinstatement 14705. It's case number 2022-69 for the Arkansas State Board of Pharmacy. My name is Kristen Harris. I'm a hearing officer this morning. I'm a senior assistant attorney general in the Arkansas State General Office. This matter, like I said, is in front of the Arkansas State Board of Pharmacy and concerns matters specified in the order hearing the notice.
Okay, sorry. Okay, I'll start completely over. This usually happens. I'm Christian Harris. I'm a senior assistant attorney general. This is case 2022-69 before the Arkansas State Board of Pharmacy, reinstatement application of Christina Chow Weeks. Today's June 7th, 2023. First thing to do, turn these off, mute them. Everybody would please silence your cell phones for the hearing. Respondent, Ms. Chow or Ms. Weeks, is it? Would you identify yourself for the record wherever you are? Are you on Zoom?
Yes, sir. I'm Christina Weeks, and thank you for having me here today.
Okay, good. Good to meet you. And are you represented by counsel, ma'am?
No, sir.
Okay, that's fine. And you have the right to have counsel present. And is that true?
Yes,
Okay. Did you get a copy of the order and notice of hearing for today?
I did. Yes, sir.
Okay, and are you ready to proceed?
I am.
Okay, board counsel, would you identify yourself for the record, please?
My name is Ashley Vales. I'm the general counsel for the Arkansas State Board of Pharmacy.
Ready to proceed?
I am.
Okay, just a few quick notes for the public and anyone that may be watching. This is maybe you haven't gone through a board hearing yet. The board's going to base its decision today solely on the evidence that's presented on the record in this hearing, and it's held under the Arkansas Administrative Procedures Act, which means that strict rules of evidence that you might see in a courtroom don't apply, and the parties will be given latitude in introducing evidence. And we'll do that in a moment in order to promote a fair hearing and a good decision by the board. Let's see, we're going to be a little bit more formal than a courtroom. And my role is to be sort of the traffic director and make sure things flow along smoothly, and that each party gets a chance to say whatever they need to say to the board and put whatever testimony and evidence before the board so they can make the best decision that they can. Let's see. And the next thing that I need to do, and this whole thing's open to the public. We're probably on YouTube or some streaming service, and anybody can come. And the deliberations of the board are open to the public. Anyone who's going to be a witness, let's move on to the next phase. Would you please raise your right hand? And if you're going to testify, Ms. Weeks, too, go ahead and raise your right hand and I'll administer the oath. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
I do.
Okay. Are there any other preliminary matters we want to admit exhibits?
Yes, Your Honor, I have exhibits on this case numbers 1 through 5. I'd like to admit into evidence.
Okay, those will be admitted. And Ms. Weeks, do you have any evidence, documents, anything else like that? You'll certainly get of course, you get a chance to address the board through testimony, but if you have any documents or anything like that, let me know.
Okay. Nothing in addition to.
Okay, that's great. All right, let's see.
I do have one motion as well, just to ask that the board members take judicial notice of Arkansas pharmacy law and rules.
All right, so noted. and that'll be granted. I guess I'm granting that on the board's behalf. Okay, so Ms. Vales, why don't you call your first witness?
I would just like to first make an opening statement, if I could, to kind of summarize this.
Go right
I
ahead.
may or may not call Dr. McCready. As the board might remember, Miss Christina Chow Weeks' case was before us in February. She had failed to get her required CE hours for the license year beginning January 22. She had applied and indicated that she did have those hours, and then when the board did an audit, she was short, I believe, 3 hours of the 12 live hours, and then 3 hours of the 18 home study hours that were required by board rule 02060003B2. She did receive notice of that hearing back in February, and she did not appear. And the board had ordered her to pay $500 in fines and $375 in administrative investigative costs. And Ms. Chow Weeks has paid that in full. And she had submitted an application for reinstatement of her license. And the board received that in April. And that brings us to today. We have denied her administratively or brought her in front of the board for the board to consider her application for reinstatement based on the board's actions that we took in February. And I'll let Ms. Weeks explain how that situation happened for her. That's all I have. I'm not going to call a witness.
Great.
I'm going to rest on the exhibits and that opening statement.
Very good. All right, Ms. Weeks, why don't you address the board and tell them what's going on?
Okay. Again, thank you for having me here and allowing me here virtually. It was for the 2022 renewal period, and I was pregnant at the time with my first child, so it was a complete oversight of the CE hours, and I apologize for the oversight. Since then, I have made up the hours. And I have paid the fines as Ms. Vales stated. And I've also applied for reinstatement for my application.
Any questions for this witness, Ms. Vales?
Okay, Ms. Weeks, if you'll reflect, was that the 2021 license period that you were short the hours? That's what our records reflect.
Yes, it was for the 2022 renewal, but I was short during the 2020 to 2021 period.
Okay, I just want to clarify that.
Yes, ma'am.
I don't have any other questions.
Any questions from the board for Ms. Weeks?
Additional number of CE hours that they not just make up the 6 hours, but they make up additional hours.
She's made of all the hours, the additional hours that we require as well. So what she was ordered to do in February, she's done.
On the allegations related to today, just point of clarification. A2, the last part, should that say which requires 30 hours of continuing education, 12 of which must be live?
Yes, it should.
Okay.
Any other questions from any board member? Dr. Mitchell? Oh, sorry, it looked like you might have a question. I didn't mean to.
Good morning. Where do you currently work?
I currently work at Helix. It's a sterile compounding pharmacy in Sugar Land, Texas.
And I haven't heard, but I'm curious why you didn't respond to any of the communication from the board before we revoked your license.
At the time, I was just unaware of whether or not I needed to keep the license. After I spoke to my director, she indicated that I should keep the license. I wasn't aware that, in order to revoke it, I would have to go through the process and be in good standing. So that's why I didn't respond, and I apologize for that. But since then, I've received notice that I need to keep my license. And so that's what I'm here for.
Great, thank you.
Any other questions from any board member? Or Ms. Fails? All right. And
I have one question.
go ahead, Dr. Jolly.
Is there anyone else at your work that's licensed in Arkansas?
Yes, there is. The pharmacist in charge of the pharmacy that I work at is also licensed in Arkansas.
Thank you.
Anyone else? And sorry, Dr. Krause, for calling you Jolly.
No, that's all right. I feel jolly.
Are we ready to go into deliberations then?
Yes, please.
All right, no need for any need
I
for
just have one
closing.
more comment. The board staff's not objecting necessarily to her statement of her license, since she did meet all the obligations. We just felt under the circumstances, it's important for that to be a board decision.
Very good. Anything else you'd like to say to the board, Ms. Weeks?
No, that is it. Thank you.
Very well, let's go off the record for deliberations.
All right, we'd like to entertain a motion.
In the matter of Christina Chu Weeks, reinstatement of PD 14705, case number 2022-069. The board finds allegations A1 through A7 to be true. Charges C1 through C3 are proven. And I'll make a motion that we reinstate her pharmacist license.
Do we have a motion? Do we have a second? We have a second. Any further discussion on this matter? All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
All right, I'll try not to let that happen again. Ms. Weeks, we're going to let the record reflect that that vote was unanimous and will be reduced to writing, service on all parties. And if you, normally I would say if you want to appeal the decision, it would be pursuant to the Arkansas Administrative Procedures Act. But if there are no other questions or comments, let's conclude this hearing and consider the record closed. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
There you go. Something to doodle on. Keep score.
Not sure that she.
Don't. Mike?
All right, are we ready to proceed? Okay. Let's go on the record. This is in the matter of Richard Parks and Marietta Parks Healthwise Pharmacy, case number 2023-46 before the Arkansas State Board of Pharmacy. I'm Christian Harris. I'm a Senior Assistant Attorney General from the Office of Tim Griffin, the Attorney General of Arkansas. And this is 7 June 2023. Everyone, please silence their cell phones now. And respondents, Mr. Parks, Ms. Parks, would you identify yourselves for the record, please, sir and ma'am?
I'm Richard Parks.
Thank you, sir and ma'am.
Rita Parks.
Are you represented by counsel today?
No, sir.
Okay, and were you aware that you were had the right to counsel in this proceeding?
Yes, sir.
All right, are you ready to proceed? Okay. Did you receive a copy of the order and notice of a hearing concerning today's proceeding?
Yes, sir.
All right, board counsel, could you please identify yourself for the record?
My name's Ashley Vales. I'm the general counsel for the Arkansas State Board of Pharmacy.
And for the benefit of anyone that's present today or public on the on streaming, the board is going to base its decision today solely on the evidence that's presented to them on the record through testimony or documentation in this proceeding. And we are conducting this under the Arkansas Administrative Procedures Act, which means strict rules of evidence don't apply. And the parties have latitude in introducing evidence. The purpose of that is to make the most fair hearing possible and to get the best information in front of the board so that they can make a valid decision. And I can grant objections or caution the parties as necessary to keep things moving as we move along. If there's anything that you have, is it Mr. and Mrs. Parks? Okay, is that okay if I call you that? If you have any documentations that you want the board to look at that you brought with you, then let me know now and we'll put it before the board. Do you have it?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Can I interject? I have some documents that Dr. Parks had submitted regarding his standards of operation, procedures and policies that he presented to Dr. Kirtley. I have an addendum to standards, policy and operation. And I have a code of ethics, points of operation, and a medication policy. And he presented that to Dr. Kirtley, and it is included in my exhibit list, I guess. And it's also in the board's packet. If there's anything additional to that, I'll be glad to grab it from you.
and we can go off the record and compare those if we need to make sure
There
that
was
the
one
same.
document that, oh no, let's see. I brought enough for each board member. Then I have, these were all our policies for controlled substances and various procedures. And I marked the ones that pertain to controlled substances on these forms. They're marked with a little arrow. Now I have one, I went through them all and combined them into one document because, you know, I had policies, they were spread like amongst 4 documents. And so I put them all in one. And we're putting this into effect now. And so I was going to show that.
Can we take a brief, go off the record for a minute?
Let's go
and
off the
I'll
record
compare.
and
Maybe that'll
sort
be
this out,
easier.
and then we'll get those admitted.
These are the ones who had an effect since 2015.
Until o'clock, so.
Sorry. Yes, I'm going to mark the ones that pertain to controlled substances in these. I thought I'd sent that, but I guess I didn't. The marked ones where it'd be easy for me to see. I have, I made 9 copies, I think. I think that's one, this is one I think that. Yes. Okay. And this is where I put all the, there's a copy here for each board member. I took all the controlled substances policies, found those documents and put them in one document so I can, I've been going with the employees and everything to have it all organized. Okay, okay,
Review that when it's.
okay.
That's from the original.
Anybody else, do you need this one too, or not? This is good.
All right, we can go back on record.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I do. Yeah, but can we circle back to these exhibits? I have, and already contained in the tablets, I want to introduce exhibits 1 through 21. that's in your packet. I have additional exhibit 22, that's an exhibit from board staff that I need to pass out to the board members that's not contained in the tablet. And then I have exhibit 23, which I've marked as the documents that Dr. Park had presented. Some of these are duplicates in your packet already and on your tablet. The one that I believe is not is going to be in this envelope. It's entitled Schedule 2 Policies. So I would like to admit collectively those exhibits. There's 22. And I have one additional motion.
All right,
Before
we'll
we
show
take
those as
this one.
admitted. And your next motion?
I just asked the board to take judicial notice of Arkansas Rules of Pharmacy and applicable pharmacy law with regard to this matter, especially those enumerated in the order and notice of hearing in this matter.
Very good. Would either party wish to make an opening statement?
I'm going to waive opening statement.
All right. And Mr. and Mrs. Parks, I know this looks like or resembles sort of a judicial proceeding, and it's called, the law calls it quasi judicial. So let me just tell you at first, you have the right to make an opening statement. We'll have direct examination, which means Ms. Vales will call her witness and ask questions of that witness. You have the right to question the witness on cross-examination if you want, or you can certainly wait and just address the board directly, because this is a more informal proceeding, and a lot of people are more comfortable just talking and telling the board what they think they want to know. You're under no pressure to feel like you have to be lawyerly or super brilliant cross-examination tactics or anything like this. This isn't Perry Mason or CSI or anything like that. We want you to be as comfortable as possible so that you can get the best testimony for the board to make a good decision. Is that all right? So having said that, if you'd like to make an opening statement, you can go right ahead.
I don't think I have one.
Okay, very good. In that case, Ms. Vales, will you please call your first witness?
Call Dr. Cindy Fain.
All right, please proceed.
Dr. Fain, tell the board members who Dr. Richard Parks and Marietta Parks are and their role in this situation we bring in front of the board.
So Dr. Richard Parks and Dr. Marita Parks are both pharmacists. They're co-owners of previously Healthwise Pharmacy in Waldron, and currently also own Healthwise Pharmacy in Lavaca, Mansfield, and Greenwood, Arkansas.
And if you would tell the board what situation gave rise to your investigation in this matter.
So in March of 22, we received notice that a pharmacist had been arrested. And so I just put in an online search for Arkansas pharmacist arrested, and that was a completely unrelated case. But while I was doing my online search, I observed that William Doles, who was a previous PIC at Waldron Healthwise Pharmacy, had been arrested on February the 10th of 2021.
And tell the board what you did as part of your investigation that led you to make the allegations that are outlined in the order and notice of hearing.
So that spurred me to, I didn't recall seeing a DEA 106. And so we sent a subpoena to the pharmacy asking for notification of any losses. And we received a response that no loss had been discovered, and therefore there were no thefts or loss reports. at that point, we decided to do an audit. Dr. McCready and I both independently did audits based on the dispensing records from the pharmacy and also based on the PDMP reports, and found substantial losses. Let me back up a little bit. We also subpoenaed a police report and for the arrest of Dr. Doles, and he had provided a confidential informant with the Arkansas Drug Task Force with 20 hydrocodone acetaminophen 10-325 and 5 clonazepam 1 milligram without a prescription on October the 21st of 21 or 20. So 2020. And Dr. Doles negotiated a guilty plea and received a 6-month suspended driver's license is what I had understood. It's a DL, and he was asked to surrender his pharmacist license. We had already suspended his license from January of 2021, which was prior to his arrest. So a summary of the controlled substance audit showed significant losses. This covered a time period of July 2018 through January of 21. And Dr. Doles was the PIC during that entire time. Rather than go through and show you every single loss, I'm just going to generalize. There were short 12,600 stimulant doses, 420 fentanyl patches, 5,000 benzodiazepine doses, 56,600 opioid doses, and I can break that down. There were several medications that had been ordered during that time period that there were no dispensing records for. This is not a compounding pharmacy, and 100 grams of ketamine powder was ordered. 50 mils of fentanyl injection was ordered. 1,000 dextroamphetamine 10 milligram, 135 fentanyl 100 microgram patches, and numerous other drugs, that had not even been dispensed during that period of time. Also, as part of the requested records from the pharmacy, I was looking at several different controlled substance inventories based on biennial and with each change of the PIC, and the inventory that was taken on July the 14th of 2018, and the inventory that was taken on August the 9th of 2019 are exactly the same with the exception of 2 different drugs. That is shown in comparison on Exhibit 13. I went to the pharmacy for a follow-up on July the 1st of 2022. I wanted to see if there were additional records that maybe we didn't get that we had subpoenaed, and they were closed for business. They had closed on June the 14th of 2022, and we did not receive notice until July the 14th of 2022. And Dr. Richard Parks was the current PIC at the time of closure, and he is required to notify us within 14 days.
All right, Dr. Fain, anything else you want to present or add for the board that you have not already testified to?
No.
And just for the board, to point out, Exhibit 16, is that the board staff audit of the records from Dr. Parks?
That's correct.
That's all the questions I have for Dr. Fain.
May I do both? Am I supposed to press this button to talk, or?
You're
I
already.
was supposed to be pushing that the whole time.
I
just
may
go
have
ahead
one
and
other
talk.
witness if you want to do it in whatever order.
Okay, so let's do it this way. Since there's going to be another witness, why don't you ask any questions that you want of Dr. Fain now? And then after the state has done the pharmacy board, Ms. Vales presents her whole case, then you can sort of call yourself as witnesses and talk to the board that way. All right, so go ahead and ask any questions that you want to Dr. Fain.
Oh, Dr. Payne, this second inventory you're talking about, just wanted to point out that that is just an interim inventory that Will did. It wasn't a change in pharmacist in charge inventory or anything. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Just something that Will did on his own.
It appeared to be a biennial inventory. It was just an inventory that was provided to us by the pharmacy.
Great. Any other additional questions, Mr. Parks?
Not this time, no, sir.
All right. Any questions for this witness from the board? Or redirect, Ms. Vales?
I don't have any redirect.
So there was a follow-up inventory about the goals there.
That is,
So was there a subsequent inventory?
so it changed PIC in January the 20th of 21, and he was not arrested until February the 10th of 21. So we had an inventory that was at the end of his PIC status. That is correct.
Inventory after the time that we.
Yes. So the audit encompassed July 4th, 2018 to January the 4th of 21.
I apologize, but I'm struggling a bit with the timelines and like scrolling, right? So can you just clarify for me, and I'm going to write it down so I can see it visually. The timeline of when Dr. Parks was the pharmacist in charge related to the arrest of Dr. Doyle's?
Okay, so Dr. Doles was PIC from August the 9th of 2018 through January 10th of 21. Then there was another PIC from January the 20th of 21 through May 22nd of 21. And then Dr. Richard Parks was the PIC May the 20th, 22nd, 21 to present. Dr. Dole's license was suspended on February the 11th of 21. He was arrested on February the 10th of 21. This undercover purchase happened in October the 21st of 20.
Thank you.
Any other questions from any board members?
Yes, to a layperson, the numbers you cited for the discrepancies seem large. Can you quantify that? Is that something out of the ordinary, extremely out of the ordinary? How would you quantify that?
I would quantify that as excessive. Just 1 second. So it's a 2.5-year time period. And, for example, 12,600 stimulant doses, which is varying strengths of amphetamine, the 56,600 doses of opioids, which is like methadone, hydrocodone, oxycodone. One I didn't mention was guaifenesin with codeine, and it was short 10 10,910 mils, which would be 90 bottles of 4-ounce bottles. And this pharmacy did sell exempt narcotics, but I look at those logs during my inspections, and if I had seen 90 sales of guaifenesin with codeine during that time span, it certainly would have piqued my attention.
Want to excuse
Dr. Kraus, go
Dr.
ahead.
Newsom for a second. She's got to make a phone call.
Very good. Yes.
And so in questioning, Dr. Fain, once again, to make sure I've got the timeline right. What's the guy's name that got arrested?
Doles.
Dole, okay. So Dole got arrested in February. I assume a pick was in place prior to him getting arrested before that, so say somewhere between January and February, did the pick change?
That is correct.
And who became pick then?
His name was Terry Plummer.
Okay. And was any of this going on while he was pick?
Dr. Doles was no longer there during whenever he was arrested,
Mhm.
but the undercover purchase happened while Dr. Doles was PIC. It came to their attention while Terry Plummer was the PIC, and it should have been reported to us along with the DEA 106 submitted.
But it was not.
It was not. And when we asked them if they had any thefts or losses to report, they said there were none.
Thank you.
I didn't hear mention of a change
Yes.
of PIC inventory either.
There was a controlled substance inventory for each PIC, and that's the inventory that we used to conduct our audit was the one that was at the beginning of Dr. Dole's PIC and the beginning of Dr. Plummer's PIC status.
So I remember we had an emergency hearing for Dr. Doles to suspend his license, and then we had called him to come back before the board live, and he didn't show up because he'd been arrested. So at the time of the the hearing and he was removed, there should have been a PIC inventory at that time. I didn't recall that from what you.
I'm not sure I specifically mentioned it, but it's exhibit. Sorry. So there's a exhibit for Exhibit 11 is the controlled inventory that shows when Dr. Doles became PIC. Exhibit 14 is when Dr. Plummer became PIC.
Okay.
And exhibit 15 is when Dr. Parks became PIC.
Thank you.
Dr. Fain, it looks like there were several pick changes throughout the course of this and several inventories. Am I correct in assuming that that's just a count of what's currently on the shelf? Is that the expectation, or do we have any reason to believe that there were discrepancies in any of those, or do we feel like that was just an accurate count of what was on the shelf?
I'm taking that as an accurate count. The law requires an exact count of controlled Schedule 2s.
Right.
And you can estimate Schedule 3, 4, and 5 if they're in bottles smaller than 1,000.
Does it require you to compare purchasing records as part of that, or is it just a count of what's on the shelf at the time?
Just a count of what's on the shelf is all that is required for your change of PIC.
Okay, thank you.
I have one additional just clarification. So through all of the pick changes, who is the permit holder?
The permit holder is Dr. Richard Parks and Dr. Marita Parks as their co-owners.
Okay.
It's a follow-up question to my previous one. So not in relation to a pick changeover, but in relation to an incident that's occurred and the requirement to report on a DEA 106. would it be either required or best practice to then look at those purchasing records over a time period to determine if you would have potentially had a loss?
That would be our expectation.
Yeah.
Is if you're find out that your pharmacist had been arrested, the pharmacy should conduct an audit to determine if those medications came from the pharmacy or elsewhere.
In a similar manner to probably the way that you and Dr. McCready did the audit, which I'm assuming you pulled purchasing records and went a lot more in depth into the audit procedure than just a count of what was on the shelf, like would occur in a pick changeover.
That's correct. We did two different audits. We each did two different audits, one based on the dispensing records that was provided to us by the pharmacy, and another one based on the submissions to the PDMP. And they were essentially the same with the exception of two different drugs.
And those were compared to wholesaler reports for quantities ordered during that time period?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Any follow-up question from any board member?
Yes, I have one question. Could you very briefly describe the elements of what you've been describing as an audit? What do you actually look at when you do an audit?
Yes, sir. So we take a beginning point where they did a controlled inventory, and then we add the purchases, and that gives us a number for everything that they should have purchased or had on hand. Then we look at their dispensing records from that same time span, and we compare that to the ending number, and it shows us if they are over or if they're under. That makes sense? That's exhibit number 16.
And I would assume that using that method, it may not match up exactly because you may have lag periods between, a purchase and a dispense, but we would not expect something, obviously, this wide as far as the discrepancies that were discovered.
That is correct.
Any follow-up questions from any board member or council? Very good. Are you ready to call your next then, Ms. Bales?
I'm going to decline to call any other witnesses.
Okay. In that case, Mr. and Mrs. Weeks. So sorry, Mr. and Mrs. Parks. It's your turn now to, you can sort of call yourselves as witnesses and address the board and present your case as you see fit.
I have to call myself as a witness then.
Go right ahead. And then, of course, Ms. Vales will be able to ask you questions after you're finished. Just that button's kind of tricky, but it'll turn green.
Push the button again. So it turns green. There you go.
There you go.
Of course, this kind of thing just, totally blows me down. I'm just, really disappointed by it, but in regards to charges L1 and L2, seems to me like it'd be better wording to say that I reacted very poorly to a situation because I did not know that we're missing any controlled substances. Even, let's say 4 years ago, Marita and I were working several hours per week. We were exhausted. We felt like we couldn't take one more step forward. And she was working, for the pharmacy in Greenwood, 40 hours per week. And then she worked at Baptist Health as a pharmacist in the evenings after she got off there till 11:30. And then she'd work on weekends on the evening shifts. And I was having to work well over 60 hours per week with the pharmacies. I was pharmacist in charge at Mansfield, and that I had my hands full with that. Plus, I had to pay bills. I had to do all the third-party contracting. I have to write the pharmacist schedules. I'm just a very exhausted person. COVID came along, And the government paid people more to stay home than they would if they went to work. So good luck getting somebody to help you. I mean, most people, not me, but most people, if they can get more money for staying at home, they're gonna stay home. So I could get no help. I was just totally exhausted. Rita was in the same condition. And then when this came along with Will, I had a very good impression of Will. He seemed like our best pharmacist. He had pain, he had injury. He seemed to understand other people's pain, and Waldron loved him. Waldron's my hometown, where I grew up. And even the judge that I've known since I was a young boy carrying out groceries at the grocery store told me, he's doing a good job for you, Richard. He said, this was in the beginning. He's gonna make a good business for you. He just really made a good impression on me. The community loved him. The older people, older women would come in that knew me when I was a kid, and they would want to speak to Will, not me. And I just thought he was very trustworthy. I made some bad judgments, but I didn't know. And then anything like this just blows me down. Like when he got arrested, I just could not function. And I just really had a hard time with it. And I feel like on L1 and L2, the charges, I'd be more correctly accused or charged by saying I reacted very badly to a situation because I had no idea that anything was missing. And then on I didn't actually know that of the missing product and the extent of the missing product until I got this letter last month. The board subpoenaed the records, but they didn't tell me until this letter came out in the middle of May that we had these shortages. But I didn't actually know of all these shortages until about May the 14th of this year. And I had a little bit of response to charge L3. On that one, Will was the pharmacist in charge then, and I had to depend on him for all these duties. I had my hands full up Mansfield and, paying people and, doing the third-party contracting and writing the schedules and just whatever else comes up. And of course, we were having to do a lot of deliveries during COVID because we didn't have drive-through windows in 3 of our pharmacies. So I had to deliver people medicine. I had a lot of old people that didn't want to come in and be around others. We had all these sanitation steps we went to. I was very diligent on keeping people from getting COVID in my pharmacies. And we would sanitize thoroughly after each group of customers, and we'd sanitize the immediate areas, after each customer. There's all this stress of, you might, at first, the government and the media just scared everybody to death about COVID. You didn't know what to do. You were afraid you were going to transfer it from one person to another, and you were afraid you were going to take it home to your family. And you just, just a lot of stress and tension, and just a rough time. And so I had to depend on Will to do all that at his pharmacy. And then I had a response to charge L4. And we had policies and procedures in place. If you ask my employees, they'll tell me I'm strict. I don't mean to be, but I stay under a little stress. Stress changes the person's behavior, and I'm pretty strict on staff on taking care of controlled substances and stuff. And I feel like I did all I could during this time. And these documents that I have, and this, I'm responding to this, charges on L4 is in the packet that I turned in a while ago. And I have the errors, to each part that pertains to controlled substances. Then I had a response to allegation A7. It's about the closing of the pharmacy form. I filled that out and signed it on the date on June the 15th. And I think I had the sign removed a day or two after the 15th. And so I wrote on there about where, because it said to have the sign removed in 30 days. I wrote out beside it, completed after because at first I checked that I was going to remove it within 30 days, I believe. And then I had a couple of people to take it down. And so I wrote completed out beside it. But we'd done the inventory on a printout from the computer. I mean, we had printed out the drugs we used and we'd penciled in, wrote in we printed out a printout for like 3 months of drug usage. And then we used that to write down the numbers by, plus we wrote down, numbers that were not on the last 3 months usage. And so I want to type this up. I like to type my inventories up in Microsoft Word. Now I've got a copy and I print off 6 or 7 copies and I put them in different places. But when the inspector comes, I've got one, if I can't, I usually put one in the controlled substances, C2 folder, but sure enough, it'll come up missing somehow or another, can't find it at the right time. So I've learned to print off about 6 copies and I put it at different places. So if one of them's come up, in the wrong place, I can grab one somewhere else for them. And so I like to put it all in Microsoft Word. Now I print it off and send it into the board. Well, this time you couldn't get anything at the stores. You couldn't get parts or anything. So I went to get a power cord. I couldn't find my power cord in my laptop that I had Microsoft Word on. So I went into Fort Smith about 3 times before I was able to find a power cord for my laptop. And I didn't get it into the board, it sounds like, until 30 days after I closed. But I completed it and signed it the day after I closed the pharmacy. I just had to type up my inventory neatly in Microsoft Word instead of having on those pages. And I guess 2 days turned into 30 days. So sounds like I was 16 days late getting that form in. But it might help me a little bit that I had called the Board of Pharmacy and I asked them what I need to send besides a statement that I'm closing the pharmacy and controlled substance inventory. And something else. I asked them, and they said I could go on the website and print that form off, and that's why I did it. It sounds like I was 16 days late getting that in the mail. Or maybe not getting into the office. And then the only thing else I have to say is, as far as our little company goes, Marita's job duties didn't include anything at Waldron during this time period we're talking about. He was pharmacist in charge at Greenwood and working at Baptist Health. I couldn't hardly expect her to, she's working 45 hours at the pharmacy and 40 hours at the hospital. I can't hardly expect her to work, then part of my job down there at Waldron, That's all I have that I know of.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Ms. Vales, any questions for this witness?
I have a few. Dr. Parks, did you ever at any time become suspicious of Dr. Dole's? It looks like from the police documents that I have, there was a lot of drugs being sold out of your pharmacy by him. At any time were you suspicious of him?
No one notified us. of any-
I'm asking him
Okay.
right now.
And nobody notified us.
Well, obviously he wouldn't tell you what he was doing because that would.
I guess
be-
I'm used to having pharmacists in charge that are very reliable, like that. Marita was always a very reliable pharmacist in charge. Kristen Allert is always a very reliable pharmacist in charge.
So how often did you check in on Dr. Dole's at the Waldron store?
Well, I talked to him every day on the phone, and I went by once in a while and saw him, and then I communicated with him regularly, and
Okay. I think one of the most concerning things I have, and I know you have the documents, but it's Exhibit 8 for the board, and it's not signed, but it has Healthwise Pharmacy and the address, and it's dated March 30th, 2022. And it says documentation that shows shortage of controlled substances since January 1st, 2018, and it says no shortages were discovered, so documentation doesn't exist. Turns out that's not a true statement. Is that right?
no shortages were discovered, no ma'am.
Well, I mean, did you do an inventory or an audit once you realized that Dr. Dole's was selling drugs out of your pharmacy?
You know, he's selling.
You asked if I did an inventory.
No.
Please repeat that.
Well, let me just ask it this way. Once you realized that Dr. Dole's was selling drugs illegally out of your pharmacist, did you go back and look at what you had in stock to see what was missing?
No, I did not have time. I was in this total state of exhaustion, and I was totally petrified when he got arrested.
Okay,
And I really thought the government would be there the next day. So we had our inventory readily available to hand them, but no, I was just totally depressed beyond function when I heard he'd been arrested.
okay. And so the forms that were to go to the DEA, the forms that were supposed to go to the Board of Pharmacy, that didn't happen at that time because of your reaction, I guess, to Dr. Dole's arrest. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
Okay. So when Dr. Fain and Dr. McCready did their audit, are you disagreeing with the shortages and that they found in their audit when they compared the records?
I don't have any grounds to refute it.
Okay. All right, that's all I have for Dr. Richard Parks.
Any questions for Mr. Parks in light of those questions from the board?
One.
Go ahead.
Did you have any discrepancies at your other stores?
We got burglarized one night at Lavaca, and the pharmacist in charge pleaded to Schedule 106 and sent it in.
Has the board or DEA or anybody else done any investigations at those other locations?
No, sir.
Have you had any problems at those other locations?
No, sir.
Did you have any idea of any problems at this location until this young man was arrested?
No, sir.
I have a follow-up question to that question.
I do too.
if you had no indication of problems until his arrest, what event spurred the change in pick in January? Since you changed that in January, but he wasn't arrested until February.
Yeah. Will, had gotten a complaint against him. But we couldn't get, the last day he worked there was November the 18th. But we couldn't get a pharmacist in charge. It's hard to get a pharmacist to go to Waldron. In Little Rock, I think you can get pharmacists easily, maybe now. But in Waldron, you know, pharmacists don't live there. They don't want to come there. It took us until January to get a pharmacist in charge.
Dr. Mack?
Yes. So I realize it may not be required, but on these other three pharmacies, have you done an official audit so you really know if anything's missing?
Yes, I used to do them pretty regularly, but with all this COVID and all this other extra work, I started letting it slide, but last month, started back again. I think it was 2 Sundays ago. I went through and counted 10 controlled substances. You know, even if it wasn't C2, I still counted it exactly. I'm gonna go back in 30 days from that date and count those same drugs again. And I'm gonna add the purchases to that inventory from that date. I'm gonna subtract the dispensings and the transfers. And I'm gonna see if the two numbers match. If they don't, there'll be a shortage or an overage one.
So you hadn't actually done audits at any of those three stores?
I did for a long time, but then
Well, the last 2 years, I mean, since all
last
this.
2 years, I probably haven't.
Mr. Simpson?
From the date that you first learned of the theft or the misappropriation of the drugs at the Waldron store to the date the Waldron store closed, did you do any audits at the Waldron store?
Yes, I checked a few drugs off and on, like I was talking about. But at that time, a month or so after that date, I became the pharmacist in charge. And then, yes, I did audit a few times.
And did you discover the discrepancy in the drugs?
No, sir. It depends on your people more than it does that's why I've stressed in my life is it depends more on your people than it does on your rules. Even the laws, we know that from watching, laws do not help people behave like they're supposed to, as much as the person's character. And it depends on who you have in there, you know.
Well, but you found out that the person you had in there was misappropriating drugs, right?
Now I know that.
Didn't you know it when he was arrested?
But the day he was arrested, I suspected it, yes.
Well, tell me about your involvement with regard to the police investigation. Did the police come and
Did not
enter?
contact me. Nobody contacted me.
So they arrested him.
Arrested him and did not even contact me. I don't watch the news, but how I found out about it, the technician working beside me, she has some kind of an app that tells her about everybody's arrest and stuff, and she showed that to me. But no, I got no contact from any government agency whatsoever.
Thank you.
I
I didn't even know he was convicted till Attorney Bell sent me this document that she's going to introduce to the board. So it shows no record of conviction anywhere on the internet. I've searched for it because I got curious a couple of times, and I didn't even know he had been convicted till I got this letter from Well, it was on this Monday, day before yesterday. She sent me all the documents she's gonna present to you. And it showed a record of conviction in there. Which,
But let's do Dr. Richmond and then
Mitchell.
Dr. Mitchell.
Just to help establish the timeline, I recall we had an emergency hearing for Dr. Dole's license in January of 2021. As I recall, it was on a complaint. I believe it was, I may be wrong, but I believe it was made by someone who came in the store later in the afternoon, if I'm remembering, it was about 3:30 in the afternoon. And that they reported him as being impaired. Now, it's my understanding that that was actually a nurse practitioner, so they would be in a good position to make such an assessment. Now, what you just said was that Will didn't work in that store since November of 2020. I guess part of what I'm confused about is I can't imagine that we as a board waited 2 months to have an emergency hearing about somebody who was being reported to be impaired. But regardless, I mean, that complaint, and you said you were aware of a complaint, and the complaint that he was impaired and that his license was suspended would seem to me to have put you on notice that there's potential for, because that was what we were asking, there's potential for drug impairment. And so was he using drugs at that time? And so it necessitated a PIC change to apparently Dr. Plummer. So a change in PIC inventory had to be done then. And so one was done, but I mean, there was almost 100,000 units of drugs missing of various types. And so you didn't have any suspicion there.
when we found out about this, the PIC then was a very veteran, pharmacist in PIC, a very well seasoned pharmacist, most respected pharmacist that I've probably ever known. And but what happened on Will's hearing you're mentioning, that was in November. And I don't think it was a nurse practitioner. I think it was a school nurse, I believe.
Okay.
And he called me that day that you're talking about. It was in November, not January. And he said, Richard, if I don't go home now, I'm not going to be able to. I said, then Will, if you feel like that, just lock up and go home. I said, I will get somebody. So I called around to the pharmacist I know, and I got hold of Jerry McKinney, and he lives in Mulberry, which is probably 70 miles from Waldron, but he was ready to go down and relieve Will. And so I called Will and told him, I've got relief for you. Go ahead and go. He said, I've got 5 customers I want to take care of. I said, Will, don't do it. Go home if you feel like you're talking about. He said, no, I'm going to get rid of these people. I've been here a long time. Well, he said, now I'll go. Well, one of those was that school nurse. And I looked this up on the internet and, through some literature out. And his eyes, I don't remember the term for it now, but and Jerry McKinney helped me look it up too. His eyes were somehow or another moved up in his head, but Jerry showed me where that was having to do with the endocrine system. So I thought that his condition was because of his endocrine deficiencies. I thought that was just a school nurse that was just jumping to conclusions. I just thought that he was sick, which he was a very sick person. Do you know Will, or?
I do know Will.
Yeah. I thought it was his health condition. I didn't think it was anything to do with the drugs. I really thought I told Dr. Kirtley even that I did not believe that, he called me because, of the complaint. I had to send a response into him. And I just really thought, Will, it was his sickness. I didn't think it was, I didn't think it was drugs that day. I would have sworn. I really thought the board was in the wrong, but, Will's down there killing himself. So I thought, working hard. And he was the only person besides me that would work 60 hours per week. Everybody else wants to go on vacation. They want to do this, they want to do that, but Will always wanted to work. And I just had, until all this came up, Will was my hero, as far as a young pharmacist goes.
Well, and I won't continue the questions, but I just want to connect two dots. So it would seem that you would have been at least put on notice, but you certainly would have been put on notice when he was arrested. But yet because you're the permit holder, and so you have a responsibility for that permit ultimately. You can issue power of attorney to whoever, but the permit holder is ultimately yours. But yet you didn't know about anything until you said basically a month ago.
I responded poorly to that situation. But I think it's because of my exhaustion. And I don't do well with things like this. It really depresses me when I get involved in something like this. My whole life I've tried to stay out of trouble. I don't ever want to be in trouble. I just cannot function when I get in a situation like this.
Dr. Mitchell?
Okay, I think I have three questions. So the first one is, who was the pharmacist working there between November and January?
We had to, get different people and, I'd been talking to Dr. Fain and Dr. Kirtley, about this when Will and Dr. Kirtley agreed that he wouldn't work in the pharmacy. So I had to try to get a pharmacist in charge. I know you only have 30 days, but they give you, if you can't get one, you can't get one, and they don't just close you down. So I tried, and I had Terry, like I say, my most respected friend from grade school and high school, Terry Plummer, was going to help me out. And he had to get his CEs. He had already retired, and he had to get his CEs caught up before he could reactivate his license. So it takes quite a while to get your hours, and so it ended up being January before he could take over. So there I had to use Jerry McKinney, I had to use Darwin Smith, and basically whoever I could get.
Okay. Are you currently the pharmacist in charge on any permit?
No, sir. I'm sorry, no ma'am.
Are you currently working as a pharmacist anywhere?
Yes,
Which store?
I work in each one of them, and I work in each one of them.
Like you work the bench, filling, dispensing?
I work the whole thing. We only have one pharmacist at a time. We're low volume pharmacies. We don't have enough volume for anybody but one pharmacist. I do the day's work as the pharmacist when I'm there. I work every day. I don't take any, on day I take off a Sunday.
This isn't really a question. I have empathy that it's very, very difficult to be disappointed in someone that you previously had a lot of respect for. And that's a very difficult situation. And I feel like what I'm hearing is that rather than deal with it, you just kind of ignored it and tried to pretend like it didn't happen. But I have significant concerns about the mental faculties of a pharmacist, that it doesn't occur to them for over 2 years to audit controlled substances when they had a pharmacist in charge. And not just the dispensing versus what was received, but like there had to have been a significant financial impact to the pharmacy for all of this stuff that was being ordered but not sold. And just the fact that all of that was by your testimony, you were completely oblivious to it for more than 2 years is extremely concerning to me about your judgment and your ability to safely take care of patients. But that's not a question. That's just kind of where I'm at the moment. I have a couple of questions.
Ms. Bales, go ahead.
I have two questions. You mentioned earlier in your testimony that there was a burglary. I believe that was of another store in March of last year. What did you do? Did you send any documents to the DEA or to the board regarding that burglary?
Yes, the pharmacist charged it.
Okay. Was it sent to the board at the time or was it presented to the inspector at the next inspection?
Well, Kristen told me she sent it in.
Okay. And let's go back over, you have done some audits. Tell the board how those audits, are those pill counts? What is your process for that?
Yeah. I take the inventory of 10 medicines. And then I come back in about 30 days and I count those same 10 medicines again. And then I add the purchases to the previous inventory. Then I subtract the dispensings and any transfers. And then the two numbers have to match up. If I have more than what I'm supposed to have, then that's an overage. And if I have less, it would be a shortage.
All right. And is there any documentation that you create as a part of that process?
No, I always just write it down on a piece of paper and then when it checks out, I just throw it away.
Okay.
I'm not saving it for anybody.
And you said earlier that Dr. Doles, when he was working about 60 hours a week. Is that right?
Working quite a few hours out. We were open 8 to 7. Let's just say 50.
Okay. And then, but although you weren't suspicious of him running drugs out of your store, you were concerned about his health issues. Is that right? I think you said he might have had an endocrine problem that you were concerned about.
Health issues, yes.
Right. And as the owner, did you do anything to sort of accommodate that with his work hours or any help extra for him or anything like that?
He didn't want any help. He had, we gave him 2 technicians where the rest of us just had 1 most of the time.
And one more question. Are there any policies and procedures, and I know you presented those to the board, that where you're dealing with checking for diversion in other stores since this happened?
Yes.
What does that look like? What are you doing?
I've started focusing more on looking at the ordering, or I guess I would check the items that are on the shelf. But now I started focusing more on, is anything being ordered that's not being used?
Okay.
I guess I had not.
You hadn't done that before.
I might not have thought about that as much before.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Mack,
I think you testified to me that you only started auditing a few drugs a month ago. So during this last couple, 2 or 3 years, you weren't auditing.
Well, due to this COVID stuff and not being able to get help, there was just no way to get all this done. I mean, I was working so many hours. There are only 24 hours in a day. I mean, I was working so many hours and I was so exhausted. I honestly could hardly even stand up. I was so tired. I don't know, during a pandemic like that, it didn't have to be that way, in my opinion. But the way it was, you couldn't get people to work. Everybody wanted to go behind a closed door and lock the door and not even have, any interaction with people. You couldn't. And then all the big companies were given a big sign-on bonus. You might get somebody to apply today and think they're going to be a good employee. and you never even hear from them again. Then you learn they got a sign-on bonus somewhere for $6,000 and, you know, they didn't call and tell you they weren't coming to work. It was just, you have to have help. And if you can't get help, you just should do stuff, but how can you do it if there's nobody to help you with it?
And I do understand all that, and you have said that, but the audit process really, you said, started back about a month ago, and in 30 days, you'll check those. So seems like to me from 2018 to 2023, you haven't really audited.
I did for a couple years there, May 18. I did for a while. But yeah, I just got so exhausted, you know. My idea of starting these pharmacies was that I would build them up and sell them to young pharmacists. Because when I worked at Walgreens, there were so many people that were interested in having their own pharmacy. And I thought that I could start them and sell them to, and I had 3 or 4 people in mind. I thought I could start them and sell them to young people, and they might be happier than working, you know, in the setting they were in. And I just got myself in too much, and I couldn't get any help, and it was like that.
Dr. Richmond.
Just one comment and then one unrelated question. The comment related, you said that Dr. Doles didn't ask for any help, but what he told us at the emergency hearing was that he was not drug impaired, but rather he was hypoxic because he needed a heart transplant. And that he was closing down the store that day when the nurse came in, the one that ended up reporting him, because he couldn't get anybody to come to the store. So that's just what I recall from that hearing.
I would have sent Jerry McKinney down there from Mulberry.
I guess the question I have is, are there, have all of these losses, have they been basically pinned to Dr. Doles? Or are there DEA or charges pending from the DEA against the pharmacy or you as the permit holder regarding these losses?
There's no charges against me.
Thank you.
I have a
Dr. Ford?
question. Just for Amy, that's fine, thank you. Quick question about the processes today. So you've got some things on paper. You've talked a little bit about starting your 10 medications at a time, following up with 30 days. Have you made any other changes to your scope of work to allow you to have the time needed to dedicate to all these administrative duties that to ensure that your policies are being followed and there's not going to be a reoccurrence of some sort of situation like this? Or are you still working the full hours as a staff pharmacist taking care of patients? What does your time look like?
Seems to be people applying for jobs now. Getting people, some good applications. And then I've got supposed to have somebody buying the Lavaca location from me. And I've got somebody very interested in the other 2 pharmacies. And now I'm not having to work as much. Now I've got rid of Waldron. Waldron Pharmacy, I mean, I don't have to work near as much, but I'm able to do more now.
Any follow-up from any other board member or council? All right, then, thank you for that testimony, sir. Will you be calling any other witnesses today?
No, sir.
Very good. Let's see. At this point, I think we've done all the witnesses we have. Do we wish to have closing arguments or rebuttal?
I don't have a rebuttal. I have a quick closing. Just ask the board members to consider, based on our investigation, staff feels that both Dr. Richard Parks and Dr. Marita Parks, as pharmacists and shareholder and permit holders, disregarded their responsibility for the security and accountability of the controlled substances in this Waldron store. That is a violation of Board Rule 4. In addition to that, they failed as permit holders to notify the board, the DEA, immediately upon discovery of the theft of Dr. Dole's. Again, a violation of Rule 7 of our rules. And in general, I think they've disregarded their duty in addition to not notifying board staff within the time frame that's in the rule that they closed the pharmacy, the Waldron location. Although there are documents that you have in front of you that there are some policies, don't feel like we have sufficient evidence that those policies were actually implemented, which could have prevented this situation in the first place. So we believe the appropriate action needs to be taken in this case with regard to their disregard of their duties.
Thank you, Ms. Bales. Mr. Parks, you can do a closing argument, just a final statement to the board as you see fit, sir.
Attorney Bales said I didn't turn that form in for closing, but I did. I was 16 days late, but I just wanted to clarify that I sent it in, it was just late. But I feel like I did all I could, you know. I feel like I did as much as any person would do, you know. I had no idea I was even, I was just working all the time, you know. I don't know how anybody can do more than just work all the time, you know. I felt like we helped the people with their medicine. A lot of people, you know, during some hard times. And I felt like that this is, you know, this was a period of hard times for retail pharmacists. I felt like I did the very best I could.
All right, thank you for that, sir. At this time, if there's absent any motions, let's go off the record for the board's deliberations.
Well, I have just a basic question I'll ask out of my ignorance. Given the fact that the pharmacy is closed, what options are open to us if we decide to take action for violations here? So you're basically saying that their pharmacist license is a statement. I'm asking, I'm not arguing one way or the other. I'm just trying to understand what we're doing.
And even though there may have been inventory counts, the reconciliation of those inventory counts didn't happen. And so, yeah, you can sign a sheet that I counted all of these. Right? But how do you don't have any context for them. And that's.
Harold, I think that their role, it's not as a pharmacist because they weren't PSE. Now, they were practicing there and should have, as a practicing pharmacist, been cognizant of things that were going on. So I can see how the pharmacist license could be brought into question. But regardless whether or not that pharmacy is viable today, it was at the time that these events occurred, it was a licensed pharmacy. They were the permit holders and they were the owner. So even though a store is closed now, they're still responsible for what happened then.
Well, I understand, and I will say as a public member, the sheer amount of drugs that were diverted, I think certainly could be seen to have caused harm to the public and danger to the public. This is not, I don't think this is inconsequential at all. I think this is very serious.
But based on the opioid litigation that's going on, just 56,000 units of opioid doses being missing, that would be considered extraordinary in that context.
On this fact that somebody that doesn't ever want help.
What, given the numbers of drugs that were identified, can you give me just a ballpark idea of what the wholesale cost of that would have been? And therefore the loss to the pharmacy?
Well, like an OxyContin 80 would be worth $80.
Worth how much? I'm sorry.
$80. One 80 milligram tablet. Now, we don't know what all they were, but
Well,
an OxyContin 80 milligram tablet is $80.
assuming the pharmacy was paying to purchase those drugs that were being diverted, isn't that a substantial financial loss that someone would be aware of?
I would think so. As a business owner, I would want to know the financial viability of my business, and having a lot of seeing my expenses go up, but my revenue not going up to match that would also be a red flag, even if you didn't have the inventory verifications.
Just for clarification, the value I gave you was street value,
Right.
Not purchasing value from the wholesaler.
Sure. For sure. Yeah.
There's no doubt. I mean, the DEA writes all over there. You should have known, you should have. So you should have known. There are many, many, many
too, so we also get that side.
Well, but it's not about trust. You have policies and procedures in place because it's the right thing to do. Not that you do a double count because I don't trust you, it's that we do a double count because you do a double count. Period.
And I think it's more about the time period after than anything. I mean, this situation where someone where you're struggling to find coverage and maybe they're saying, oh yeah, I got it. I can do it by myself. So you just let them go. But then as soon as you recognize the challenge, I mean, there's been 2 years since that. And so that to me,
Yeah, they're going. Yeah.
for sure. But the actions you take after that has happened.
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that. It's the. Didn't do his paperwork. So. And look it up.
He didn't take accountability, but he didn't take accountability for.
I will say, I mean. Per night. It's fair, dark. I can empathize with the busy. There's a up here, I don't mind, but.
With all due respect, I'll take an exception with your position, and that is he's the permit holder, the pharmacy permit holder. He's the owner. And he ultimately has responsibility, including the actions of his power of attorney acting on his behalf. And in the opioid cases that I have seen, the national opioid cases, I have not yet, in my remembrance, seen a collective loss of number of thousands of units of doses of Schedule II alone, just counting the stimulants and the opiates. Those two alone were nearly 70,000 units that were missing. And I haven't seen that cumulative amount in any of the chains reported that are being held subject to the opioid litigation. This is an extraordinary amount of drug coming out of one pharmacy in one small town.
Yeah.
And there is ultimate responsibility. The buck has to stop somewhere.
Right, you know, the guy in jail.
But it took 2 years after that for him even to recognize that there was.
I'm not talking about the documentation stuff. You're right there. I'm not arguing that. Yeah, remember, those drugs were stolen.
But he was still the permit holder.
Well, you think he wanted his drugs stolen? Think he wanted his inventory that he bought? To her?
It even happened.
You can't just turn a blind eye. They entrust us to be the gatekeepers of the nation's drug supply for a reason.
What is it?
That's a good question.
They fired up and somebody came to the line.
Well, I mean, just to put it in perspective, one of the chains last month settled for $68 million. And they had nothing close to this kind of loss.
This guy couldn't have a pharmacy like that. They put that pharmacy based on shareholder investment. He's putting that pharmacy based on whether or not that community can pay for that pharmacy.
I'm not suggesting we find him $68 million. I'm simply telling you that there have been pharmacies held responsible for significant amounts of money that doesn't come anywhere close to this.
I don't know about.
Well, let me address the other issue, and that's the failure to provide the notice of closing on time. I think the one thing I've learned is that perhaps as much as anything, being a pharmacy means that you're detail oriented. And when you've got a clear rule that says that you have to report an event as serious as closing a pharmacy within a certain time period, I think that every day is important. I just want to say, I think that detail when it's combined with the other things really is troubling when I see that. Just a lack of attention to detail and in a profession where detail is critical.
A pattern of poor decision making or altered judgments.
It is.
No, we still need to turn our mics on.
Well, I've taken a hard stance, but I will also, I agree with Dr. Mack and Dr. Mitchell. I'll say this to you, sir. I'm empathetic that there are lots of duties. You get torn, pulled different ways. But you're not required to own 3 pharmacies. But if you're going to, then you have to accept the responsibility to do it right. So I understand that and I'm sure that you have served our profession well over the years that you have been a pharmacist, your wife as well. But if you're going to do it, you got to do it right.
What do we want to do? I don't know. I mean, I know we have the option of giving them a monetary fine, but I'm like, what does that accomplish?
Right.
To me, continuing on with the pharmacy, I think what we have to think about is go through each of the allegations, but how do we prevent it from, and how do we protect the public by preventing it from happening again at the other locations that he owns? Some of that to me would be, and I don't even know if we have if it's something within our scope, but could we be a little bit more prescriptive on how many hours or what time is associated or dedicated to that oversight? Some of the things that came to mind first, but is if he has picks that are not himself, which I think he mentioned, but that's kind of how we got into the situation to begin with. It's the oversight of those as a permit holder, or some sort of something asking for some sort of action to give us confidence that he really is going to have that oversight that the law requires.
So in that thought, or in that vein, what about requiring quarterly shortage reports or quarterly counts or something along those lines?
That put a administrative burden on board staff, though.
I'm not saying send it in, it's just that we keep it on file and have it there for when board staff comes in, that it's there. They show that they've been doing it. And, you know, of course, if there's any discrepancies, and they haven't.
He has the ability to compare. I doubt that. I'm just.
I would think
We could go
would.
on the record and ask Dr. Kirtley.
We do. I think we should keep that.
We're going to go back on
At
the,
hours, maybe.
let's go back on the record. The board has some questions for staff.
I need to be sworn.
Yep. Dr. Curley, let me swear you as a witness. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Go ahead and proceed.
I believe the question was if the board had the authority to tell someone they could no longer be a permit holder. I can tell you that in similar types of cases in the past, which it has been many years since we've had one like this, there have been chances where the board said, here is a deadline in the sand that if you do not divulge your ownership in pharmacies by that date, at that point, your permit will be taken by the board, because the board was uncomfortable with that individual or those individuals being able to be the permit holders because their lack of responsiveness or responsibility to the things they had had. That was a specific case. Dr. McCready can testify to it as well, because in that instance, actually, she worked for a corporation that actually bought that pharmacy and transferred ownership of it successfully. But it was similar in lack of oversight, lack of any look for shrink or responsibility for the permit itself.
You know,
The best, yes, I'm sorry, not divulge.
So say we set a deadline for divesting their ownership interest in pharmacies, and they fail to do that. Then would we have to have a separate charge and hearing to revoke the permits?
No, sir. What was done before was the board had a motion that if the individual had not divested, thank you, Dr. Richmond, their interest in that permit by X date, that it would be revoked on that date. So it gave them time to come to a conclusion without it being revoked that day, so that there was not a patient care issue on the date of the board meeting. So it did have basically a run out time.
Okay, I have one other technical question. Is the issue of the permits for the other three pharmacies before us today?
The other three permits are not charged today. We have had issues with the one not reporting a DEA 106 in a timely manner. The board staff has not done audits of the other three pharmacies. We would hope that this was mainly an issue at one But we also, as staff, realize that the oversight of that one would be the oversight of all three, which is a little bit scary for us. So the owners themselves, both of them are being charged today about their ability to own a pharmacy. This one was shut, so we cannot revoke that pharmacy any longer as an agency, but there were enough concerns about the operation of it. That's why we have the permit holders here.
So what we could say today and under this hearing is that they have a certain number of days to divest in the other three pharmacies. Or as of that date, they would no longer be permitted to be permit holders.
I believe so. There could be something technical in this one where we would have to recharge those other three permits. I would lean to legal counsel for that, but my understanding is the board is saying or could say that you cannot be an owner of a pharmacy permit because of the egregious nature of what you've seen today. That's my understanding.
So in essence, would revocation of the permit equal closing of the pharmacy?
Yes, it would.
Dr. Curley, do you have a idea based on that previous case or just in general, what a reasonable amount of time would be to divest yourself of three stores?
The one before at that time, and it's been probably 15 years, the board gave them 30 days, which is, in my opinion, pretty short. I would think that 90 days would be probably more appropriate term at this point.
And that would be for one store or all three stores?
That would be up to the board.
But I'm saying that when you say 90 days, are you thinking that that's 90 days to get rid of one store in your mind or three?
For any store, whether it's one or three. I believe if you ask the parks, I think they may be able to shed some light on an ongoing process where they're trying to do that already.
So the choice would be in 90 days to either divest or to close. And we would also then prohibit them from becoming a permit holder in the future.
Yes, sir. I believe that because it's different stores than the specific one with the problem, your order would be something along the lines of that they would have to divest their interest as owners of any stores in the state of Arkansas or close them within 90 days. Or else at that point, if there was a procedural issue, once again, I would look to counsel that we would have, if we did have to do some sort of a hearing on them, we would do an emergency hearing or preset a hearing ahead of time for the purpose of closing that loop if it was not closed otherwise.
Of course, I think today our actions could be focused solely on them as permit holders.
Yes.
Not on the stores they're the permit holder of.
Yes, sir. And I think it'd be on them as permit holders, but also as pricing pharmacists with oversight authority over stores.
Dr. Curley, do you know in that previous case, was there any sort of disciplinary fine administered as well?
I cannot remember a fine. The pharmacist, I believe, lost their license to practice, but it was a pharmacist owner that was also involved with losses and diversion. So they were involved in the daily operation, I believe, were the PIC and everything else. So it was making sure that not only could they not practice because of their own issues, but they also could not be an owner in any store.
Okay.
Last question, and I'm sorry. You know, if there's any charges by the Drug Enforcement Agency or any other government agency towards Mr. and Mrs. Parks?
I do not know.
Thank you.
Do you, just based on your expertise and years of experience, do you know what the DEA's stance would be on something like this? Would it be more based on the individual that did the diversion, or do they hold corresponding, or is it inconsistent, or do they hold corresponding liability for permit holders in this case?
Well, I would say the interesting issue in my experience with DEA is DEA has authority to prosecute people who are diverting drugs individually, but DEA is a is a permitting agency for the DEA registrations. It would not surprise me if there was some case going or some case to still come to fruition based on this. You know, DEA does not look kindly on major drug losses. So they, I'm sure, are aware of the individual events of the pharmacist that's no longer licensed, but I'm not sure that DEA previously had any idea of the overall losses because they were not researched and self-reported by the pharmacy. And so when we did our our audit based on the best numbers we could find, it was astounding to us. So,
But now they got a copy of that, right?
well,
Has
I
it
would-
been reported
I
now?
would believe that they got a copy of the 106 from the break-in, which we did not receive for about a year. But there's not been a 106 filed.
For all of these?
No.
So
This
we
is
have
our-
to put that
This
in our
is,
order.
this is our data from our case of an audit. We have not been presented with anything to argue with our numbers or anything else. This became public basically today as part of this hearing. I'm sure DEA and other authorities will see it. I think there will be problems with wholesalers from this. I think there will be a problem with DEA from this. This will have a snowball effect.
Third party.
Dr. Curley, are we required as a board to take action around the 106 and whether it should be reported or not? Or is that outside of our purview?
We have a specific requirement that a DEA 106 is supposed to be reported within 7 days of a loss. So not just a verbal report. DEA requires that you have to report within 24 hours, either by fax or letter, that you have a potential loss once you discover potential loss. But once you have figured out what your loss is, you have 7 days to get it to us, DEA, and the Arkansas Department of Health.
And that's one of the charges in this matter, L1.
We did not discover that there had been a verified loss of the break-in store, my understanding, until we were on inspection and figured out, well, we had a phone call that there may be a loss, but the 106 was not filed with the board and it was discovered a good bit of time later.
Thank you. That answers my question. So I want to ask in a little bit different way. Are the permit holders are aware of their responsibility on a 106?
They
They're
should be.
aware of the audit reports. Are we required to force an action regarding that DEA 106 as part of our whatever conclusion that we come to, knowing that it hasn't been filed? Does my question make sense?
So the board staff did file a charge on that. It's up to the board members to figure out if you believe that that allegation has been found true and the charge has been proven, and then what action you take on it. So it is a chargeable offense that has been charged. It's up to you to determine what to do with it. So I guess I would say it's not what you have to do. There's not a specific, if they do this, you absolutely have to do that, comparison, but it is a chargeable offense.
Yeah, if we're going to find the charges, if we do find all of the allegations and the charges to be true and proven, though, part of that has to do with the failure to file a 106.
Yes.
Okay.
Let's go off the record.
All right, with that, let's go off the record.
All right, let's go through the allegation.
Could I offer just one comment?
Yes, sir.
And I don't mean this to sound like legal authority, but from the CVS Holiday case in Florida and the Walgreens case that occurred back about 10 years or so ago, those cases revolved largely around corresponding responsibility at the store level. That resulted in diversion. And the landmark findings were against the corporations as the permit holder.
Right.
So it was individual things that happened at the bench level, diversion, but the permit holders were ultimately held responsible.
Yeah. I was going to tell Harold that as well. You're responsible.
I would just say also that any action that we take, we ought to consider if we're going to allow them to continue to practice as pharmacists as opposed to pharmacy permit holders, I think we ought to place some limitation on hours of practice.
Well, in scope of practice as well.
Yes,
We could say it couldn't be a pig.
Right. That's what I mean.
you all could be more specific with regard to how that's done, but I think something in that area needs to be done too.
Well, and we have not heard from Ms. Parks because he's refused to allow her to have agency and speak in this hearing, but I don't know if she serves currently as, I think she does serve
Yeah,
as
she
a PIC.
does.
And I think, right, but she's a corresponding responsibility in the ownership. We're kind of focused on him because he hasn't allowed her to speak, but point that out.
So on these charges, on L1,
Charges or allegations?
I was just starting out with charges.
Okay, I just want to make sure I'm
I
correct.
can go to the allegations.
No,
You wanna go there?
I'm with you. I'm with you.
The allegations all appear to be factual.
So L1,
We failed to notify of the
any
theft.
objections to L1?
That's proven.
All right, what about 2?
All indications that it's proven. We don't have any record of a one of it.
Well, just skipping back to L1, I think, his argument was going to be that he didn't know, but I think we hold the position that he should have known and had a responsibility to at least assess the situation. And
Right.
But even once it was identified, however many months or whatever later, there was still no notification.
he says he didn't know that there was anything missing until he got the order notice of hearing.
Well, the important burden here is new it could have been.
Right.
Should have known.
The verbiage is not as pharmacist or PSC, it's as permit holder.
Mhm.
So as the permit holder, he either knew or he should have known.
Mhm.
So we got proven on 1 and 2.
Mhm.
What about 3?
That's proven.
Oh, but was he wasn't PSC at the time of the theft.
He wasn't, but he also hasn't implemented adequate diversion prevention and detection tools
As a permit holder.
and as the PSC.
Oh, that's right, 'cause he did. What it's saying is that the permit holders, including Mr. Parks individually.
Well, he was the pick in the store that ultimately closed for a time period.
I'm good with 3.
And 4 is very similar, it's just saying policies and procedures.
And then he was the pick in 5 at that time and didn't notify. I believe that was.
I didn't quite understand how we had a computer and we could print off the form to fill it out, but somehow we couldn't tap up our inventory because of a missing laptop cord or something. I didn't understand that.
So what did y'all say about 3? Or
It's good. I mean, we all agree it's.
Proven.
4?
I don't know at what point the policies were in place, but certainly the procedures were not being followed.
I don't think the policies as presented today are adequate to prevent and detect diversion.
Yeah,
For sure.
yeah.
I've seen policies that are designed to, DEA in the CFR, it talks about suspicious border monitoring.
Well, policies outline what you're supposed to do and procedures outline how you're gonna do it.
It doesn't prevent diversion.
Well,
Prevent
the following
things
of a policy and procedure would prevent diversion.
maybe not prevent, well, maybe not necessarily prevent, but definitely detect.
Detect.
Right.
And so it's prevent and detect.
Yeah, it says prevent and detect, and I'm just asking you if policies and procedures prevent.
Effective policies and procedures
Right.
prevent and detect diversion. Yes,
That's the whole point.
yes.
L6 is. One to four, seem to be limited to as permit holder. But six says that doing those things as permit holders is unprofessional conduct. Brings us back to the individual responsibility.
I'd have to look up that board rule and see if it's applicable to permit holders or just to pharmacists.
Which is interesting because it is a pharmacist who is the permit holder.
Mhm.
You don't have to be a pharmacist to own a pharmacy.
Right.
That's something that I think that's a professional conduct.
As individual pharmacists. Excuse me, we're talking about as individual pharmacists, not as permit holders.
Yeah.
We don't have the,
It's at the bottom.
he usually is.
It's under at pharmacy or something.
Oh, there it is.
And it may be under the controlled substance. They controlled substance.
I guess a question for discussion.
Go ahead. What you got?
Not stating an opinion here, I'm asking. The permit holder thing, it's obvious, it's obvious that there were a lot of things that weren't done that should have been done. And then there's questions about, well, I know you're busy, but are you trying to do too much? Do you have too many stores? So the permit holder thing, not in question for me. As individual pharmacists, though, I haven't heard anything that indicates they're not, either one of them is not a good pharmacist in and of themselves. So how do we, I mean, do we leave this almost exclusively as a permit holder issue? Or is it an issue as individual licensed pharmacists as well?
I think for me, the pattern of poor decision-making does play into a little bit of that. It makes you kind of pause, but again, we haven't heard anything about the clinical practice of pharmacy. And so if we were going to ask that maybe an administrative or their oversight was limited. So no, not serving as a PIC or that sort of thing.
Yeah.
I think we take care of it essentially by that.
Yeah, and I'm not, certainly not saying there doesn't need to be some type of action on the individual license per se, but a revocation to me in light of the fact that they both by indications appear to be good pharmacists in the role that they're playing.
I agree with that. I just think documented that they can't handle all of the things that they're doing.
Right.
That's why I think sometimes, but which would go to the individualized. Not the firm.
Do we still want to, how do we feel about them being a PIC?
We're saying limit them from being, not be, they can't be one.
Well, I just thought maybe there's gonna be a lot here, so I thought maybe we could just start maybe taking note of, as the permit holder, like, what do we want our action to be? And then what do we want to do as far as the licenses and things like that? Becky, you got it. I see. you
Mhm.
noted that out. So as the permit holders, are we gonna go with that, the finite amount of time to either divest or close? And what do we feel like is a reasonable time frame? I know, I believe the testimony today that I heard is for one store, it's maybe in the process of potentially being sold, and then an interest in the other two. I think that's what I heard earlier. So what do we think would be a reasonable time frame? I think 30 days is a little quick.
Oh, I
Well,
would
let me say this.
I was thinking 6 months.
Before we go down this wormhole, let me say this, whatever number we decide upon, it might help all parties involved if that number is, or if that time frame, we can call it designated time frame. We tell Dr. Kirtley or board staff relates that to the parks so that they know, but it's not public knowledge because that can affect his
Well, it's
getting out.
public out here. They've
It
heard it
is,
today.
it is, but they don't know when, and they don't know how fast.
I think the motion has
So
to
we can't
include
decide
that,
anything
doesn't
in
it?
secret.
Well, I didn't say it was be in secret. It would just kind of be at a time frame.
You have a provision to go into executive committee? Or executive?
I don't think we can. I think we can only do that if we're talking about,
It's just for consideration.
yeah.
I think that's an excellent point. I think we're tied into giving a date.
90 days.
I was thinking 6 months, but
You need to make it clean. You could say end of calendar year, because that's 6 months and a couple of weeks.
I've never divested an ownership in a pharmacy, so I don't know reasonably how long it takes. Given,
Depends on how bad somebody wants to buy and how bad somebody wants to sell.
sure,
Well, 6 months is probably logical.
Would be a reasonable time frame though, to say you had a willing buyer and a willing seller, and as long as it takes to turn all that around.
Well, if it's an asset purchase, it takes a little longer. If it's a stock purchase, it's a little quicker. I think realistically. Yeah. Nobody's. Yeah, you're right. So you're gonna need a little more time there. That's correct.
so in the
I would
calendar
do it
year,
in
End of the calendar year.
180 days reasonable.
I think so, yeah.
okay.
But you could just, to make it simple, you could say 12/31/2023.
Written down. So that's both permit holders. And then we said that neither, or place a restriction on both pharmacist permits that they can't serve as a PSC.
So
Yeah.
before we
Is
move,
there a timeline on that?
before we move on to that, as permit holders, since we know, since they won't be, they could potentially be running these pharmacies for the next 6 months. Do we want to put any ask for specific administrative oversight between now and the end of the year? Just to make sure that something else doesn't happen in these next few months as they're trying to divest?
I think what Lynn said of whether it's probably in that time frame, monthly audits of X amount of products, drugs, they should,
From a shortage report.
right.
Well, if we're concerned about them being PIC in the future, why would that not be effective?
Before we even move to the PIC issue, as permit holders, if we're still on the permit holder piece. So even if they have a PIC that's doing the audits as prescribed, do we want as permit holders that oversight? That is what caused the situation to begin with, because the PIC,
Yes.
Amy, I'm 100% in agreement with you,
Right.
because I think we have a known issue at one store that's no longer open,
Mhm.
but we're also given a 180-day time window. So we need to make sure we have some things in effect to prevent something
For sure.
additional from happening. So monthly, audit, and this is an audit, so you gotta, it's not just a count,
The reconciliate, like a shrink.
it's a reconciliation.
100% audit, not a spot audit.
Gosh, I hate to,
They can't serve as PSC.
I
Well,
think we're
so-
working on the permanent
Just doing
holder
permanent
piece.
right
and we'll
now.
talk.
Are we doing all controls or just C2?
Well, there were how many thousands of benzos that were missing?
So it isn't 10 drugs, it's all.
I'm not in I'm not in favor of doing it like 10%, you know,
Not
random,
this
not
fall.
any of that.
The monthly reconciliation of all controls at each pharmacy where they're a permit holder.
And if there's a shortage, a DEA 106 must be reported. Because until one of our
Well, you're-
inspectors walked in, you won't know if it's short or not.
Well, no, the law says it's significant loss. Now,
Right.
if there were 2 tablets missing, what you just said. would
Significant,
require-
yeah.
So a significant loss.
Until. I'm gonna put, because until change ownership, right, because,
One of them could happen before another.
yeah, I mean, if they get it done in October, I don't want them to still do monthly.
Right.
Okay.
And then I think there's a question about the 106 itself for the previous stuff that would probably be able to.
Does have to be reported, though. We know that's significant.
Well, and they should know it as well. That's why I was asking the question earlier. We're about to find that as proven that they failed to, or it appears we're about to find that it's proven that they failed to fill out a 106. And so do we need to explicitly state in our finding that they need to report their loss to the DEA?
I think we do.
Okay,
As permit holders.
that's permit holder.
So, okay, that being said, I think it's fair to say, tweak the wording a little bit, right? That they need to do a reconciliation of what was missing from the Waldron store before its closure and submit a 106. And they may or may not come up with the exact same numbers that the board did, but I think it's fair that they should be like our directive should be that they
Right.
need to do the math themselves,
Right.
right?
But well, the only question can they, because I think they sold the inventory to Harps. I think I saw that somewhere.
They should have a count of what,
Oh, you're saying basically go back and do a paper audit of what the existing data
yeah, like
is.
what, using the records Brenda and Cindy had, like, I just don't think we should direct them that they have to submit Brenda and Cindy's numbers, like they need
Yeah, I'm
to.
with you.
But if they wanted to, they could.
Right, if they wanted to, they could, but I don't think we should.
Yeah.
Mandate that they do that.
That, I think we covered everything on the
Permits.
permit.
I think we're gonna have to have some discussion about them being a pig because he's already attested there's only one pharmacist a day. And you've got to have, the pick needs to be there majority of the time. So I don't know, and we can discuss, do you want to say after they've divested these pharmacies, they can no longer be a pig?
He's not currently a pick. She's a
Right,
pick
she
in the
is.
Greenwood store. And so my concern is that if we today say effective immediately, you can no longer be a pick, like, I don't want to put that store in a bind because that's an underserved community.
Could you word it that won't, like, you can't request that into the future, like, we're not going to prevent the one that's already in play, but just no new application to change to PIC?
I think he may be the pick. We'd have to go back on the record to ask, but I think she's the pick at Greenwood and I think he's the pick at Mansfield, if I heard
So
correctly.
in the order notes of hearing, it says, it has names of the PICs at the other pharmacies. And I specifically asked him if he was currently a
But
pick
he's
and
not
he
a
said no.
pick anywhere. Okay.
So do we think, like, 30 days is sufficient for them to find a new pick for Greenwood?
But that person has to work there most of the time, or they can't be responsible for it either. So I don't, if they do I don't know how they could keep the pharmacy, and which is their issue, but I don't know how they'd keep the pharmacy open if they can't even, she can't be the pick. Because they only have one pharmacist a day. So if they're gonna have somebody hired, let's just say 3 or 4 days a week.
Yes, it is what they did, what your, does it affect their pick status or does it affect their permit status? In your example with Walgreens and Walmart, did it prevent the permit holder from being picked?
And well, I think that would be a separate thing, but yeah, they could.
But I'm
The
just saying
issue would
it's-
be if you're a pick, let's just say they
if you're
sell
gonna
these.
separate it out and just look at it in silence.
It-
How does this affect his pick status?
Because he would then be responsible for that pharmacy. And if he can't be responsible for these 3 pharmacies, even if he's working there, is he gonna be any more responsible and follow the policies and do the things to prevent diversion? We don't think he,
And I drive a car.
We'll do that.
stuff in there. It just affects your terrible permit holder, so your terrible pick.
Well, but the oversight it's a joint oversight responsibility.
And I
he's
think
demonstrated he
the
can't.
more nuanced comment would be just because you're not great at being a permit holder doesn't mean you're not great at being a clinical pharmacist. So I don't think the question is their ability to
Be an actual
practice
pharmacist.
pharmacy clinically. It's the administrative oversight and the responsibility in that leader role that they serve in as the PIC to have that higher level of oversight would be my
I
concern.
think it does.
I think it
Carry
does.
the responsibility piece.
Accountability.
I don't know at some point whether we need to talk about it, but in referring to dishonorable or unprofessional misconduct, the preamble under regulation 02-04-0001 in relevant part says, it's kind of long, so I'll read it. Pharmacist duty means the practicing pharmacist has a general duty to qualify himself by attaining and maintaining an acceptable level of professional competence and by using such skill and precaution in the preparation, compounding, dispensing, labeling, and distribution of drugs and medical devices, whether on prescription or not, so as to prevent injury or death to all who are exposed to his or her professional services. And if the pharmacist is an owner, operator, or director of a pharmacy, has an additional duty to employ only qualified persons and such other duties as are incidental to the operation of the business establishment.
Clear then.
Dr. Kraus, we've been going for 2.5 hours. If this is going to be much longer, can we have a quick comfort break?
I have no objection to that. Do you or hearing officer? We're gonna have a
Everybody okay with that?
quick bathroom break. Just for a moment. Yep.
Let's go back on the record real briefly. And we are going to, just Dr. Kraus, go ahead.
Yeah, I'd like to take a short recess, 5-minute recess.
Very good.
Mhm.
One more copy in about 6,000 minutes.
I know.
What?
Even if they fill it.
That cleans it up a little bit, I think.
I don't think we could. Will it be as much good?
But it's already got one less store.
I agree, Dr. Mack, on the number of hours. I agree with you.
Pharmacy permit, but yeah. And then also the pit goes away then too.
Until either the stores are divested of or 1/1/24, whichever comes earliest.
But only in the roles they're currently serving in, not in any new roles.
Well, who's doing the shrink reports? The stores that he owns or just him or?
They are doing them as the permit holders was my interpretation.
The PIC could do it as long as they, yeah, as long as they verify it. And, yeah. If requested.
'Cause I think that would affect, if somebody was trying to buy, and they were told that they had to do
Yeah.
a shrink report every month or inventory every month, and send it into the board, I think that would affect.
Oh, terrible. Okay, the first one reads that all current pharmacy permits on which they're listed as permit holders will be revoked on the first business day of 2024. The second one reads that for all pharmacies on which they're the permit holders, that the pharmacy must complete monthly reconciliation of all controlled substances and make those available to board staff upon request until they're no longer the permit holders. Mhm.
You ought to say they will, as permit holder, they will cause the pharmacy.
They're still responsible. So they need to not only have their pick do it, they should follow behind and keep their done.
They will submit a DA 106 for the Waldron store losses. Do we want to put a timeline on that?
Supposed to do it within 7 days.
No, I
14,
think it's
7.
7 days, that the loss occurred.
the day you know it, you have to tell them within 24.
They're gonna say 7 days, within 7 days of this meeting.
So, and then effective immediately, neither respondent is eligible to be a PIC in an Arkansas licensed pharmacy, with the exception that Ms. Parks may remain the PIC at her current facility until change of ownership or permit revocation.
Back to the last one, too.
We just say per DEA regulations.
I think
the
we
following
should,
is
because
106.
technically he should be notifying them today. Then he should go through the 7 days of making sure it's accurate and sending in the number. So we would be extending his.
All right. All right, I'd like to go back on the record.
All right. We'll be back on the record in the matter of the Doctor's Park. Arkansas State Board of Pharmacy, case number 2023-46, turned over to Chairman Kraus.
All right, I believe we are ready to make a motion.
In the matter of Richard Parks, PD 07337 and Marietta Parks, PD 06868. Case number 2023-046. The board finds that allegations A1 through A8 are true and charges says L1, but it's normally C, but charges 1 through 6 are proven. I would like to make the following motion that all pharmacy permits currently held by the respondents collectively or individually will be revoked on the first business day of calendar year 2024. That the respondents as permit holders shall cause the pharmacy to perform, and then they shall review monthly reconciliation reports of all controlled substances at each pharmacy on which they're currently the permit holders until they are no longer the permit holders, and that those reports be available to board staff upon request. Third, that they follow the DEA regulations to notify and submit a DEA 106 reporting for the Waldron store losses. And finally, that effective immediately, neither respondent is eligible to be a pharmacist in charge in an Arkansas licensed pharmacy, with the exception that Mrs. Park may remain the PIC at the current Greenwood facility until either revocation or change of ownership occurs.
One clarification I just wanted to mention, I believe you said allegations 1 through 8 were true. There's a 9th as well. So just for the record, would you like to add that and make that 1 through 9?
I don't see it now.
I don't see a none.
Is there a 9th on page 3? I apologize if I've looked at that wrong.
No, it's the amended order. It's an 8. That's the one you need to go off of. It's under exhibit 1.
I apologize.
All right, so we have a motion on the floor. Is there a second? Second. Is there any further discussion of this matter? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
Let the record reflect the vote was unanimous. Please reduce the board decision to writing and make or attempt service upon all parties. Doctors Park, if you care to appeal the decision, an appeal can be taken according to the Arkansas Administrative Procedures Act, which is Arkansas Code Annotated 2515-201 and following sections. If there are no other questions or comments, this hearing is concluded and the record is closed.
Once I get stuff. More than 15 minutes, which is what's on the schedule.
Yeah, you're early catered. You don't need a second. You want to just include those as. I'm gonna do exhibit on them. I think I printed 13. I think we decided not to do 7.
Yeah, there's a couple that have been here for like.
Let me get it.
We had a 9:30.
So do we put them in an exhibit without filing it?
It is what it is.
And then we would ask maybe if it could be like under the. And to ask the hearing.
I could just take out this part. and just
Also,
the city
goodbye
if I
in
need to.
Italian.
Yeah, we could do
Let
that.
me do that.
Yeah,
It'll take a minute. I'll just take a pair of scissors and cut it off.
okay, cut it. We're doing some arts and crafts right now. But we just need a second. Yes, sir. No. I just need like 1 minute before we start. Oh. Okay. We got it.
Believe
Okay.
me.
No. I did a fantastic job. Everybody. Got to do it together. We're back to all the city, so we can prove that this is Arkansas.
What's that?
I did not.
One of y'all threw it on the floor over here.
Yeah, I'm just cutting half of it, just so the city.
There is a paper cutter, right? Easier, but, okay.
This was here. We was blank.
Didn't have much stuff.
It's the same. Hmm. Mm-mm.
Broadway.
We need to staple. Uh-huh. Got something like that.
You can have 3.
Hmm.
On the button here.
What was it? Turn like on.
Same hard push. And it'll turn red. There.
Ready.
Good afternoon. My name is Clayton Orr. I'm the hearing officer today in the matter of Broadway Family Pharmacy. Case number 2023-068, which is to be heard before the Board of Pharmacy. Today is, today is June 7th, 2023. Please silence your cell phones at this time. Would the respondent please identify yourself for the record?
Good afternoon. John Shulin, attorney for Broadway Family Pharmacy. I have with me today Mr. Louis Delolio, Chief Operating Officer of the respondent, and Mr. Stuart Winselberg, pharmacist in charge for the respondent.
Thank you. And that answers the next question. You're represented by counsel. Did you receive a copy of the order and notice of hearing concerning today's matter?
Yes, sir, we did.
And are you ready to proceed?
We are.
And board's counsel, please identify yourself for the record.
My name is Ashley Vales. I'm the general counsel for the Arkansas State Board of Pharmacy.
For the benefit of anyone present today who may not have appeared in an administrative hearing, the board will base its decision solely on the evidence presented here today. This hearing is held under the Administrative Procedures Act, which means that the strict rules of evidence do not apply and the parties will be given latitude in introducing evidence. This is to promote fair hearing and provide the board with adequate information to make a decision. To ensure efficiency of the proceedings, I will grant objections or caution the parties only as necessary. If there is anything that you have in your possession that you want the board to consider, you must offer it into evidence today. All participants to the hearing should be aware that these proceedings are subject to the Freedom of Information Act. And as such, all parts of the hearing, including the deliberations of the board, are open to the public. Additionally, pursuant to Act 1028 of 2019, this proceeding must be recorded in a manner that allows for the capture of sound. It is important that all persons necessary to the hearing are in the room during the hearing. If a party, attorney, or board member needs to take a break or leave the room, advise me and we will take a break in the hearing. Those of you who are or may be witnesses today in this matter, please raise your right hand to be sworn in. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Let the record reflect that the witnesses have been sworn. Are there any other preliminary matters or exhibits to be entered into evidence today?
Yes, I have some exhibits and a motion that I need to make. I asked the board receive exhibits number 1 through 7, which are in your tablet, into evidence. In addition, I have exhibit number 8 that I'd like to distribute to the board members. It is a redacted version of what you already have in your packet under exhibit 3. Doesn't identify any patient information, but does indicate the city that drugs were shipped into by Broadway Pharmacy. So if I could approach.
Okay. Are there any objections to any of the exhibits?
No objections, sir.
Hearing no objections, they'll be admitted and the board may review the exhibits in their packets. Any exhibits from respondent?
Yes, we do have a single exhibit, and I've prepared enough copies to distribute. May I approach?
Yes.
Is it the CV? I have it.
Oh, it's just the city.
He's introducing the
If you'll bring
CV.
them over here, please. Thank you.
The CV of his witness, who's also exhibit 8 in your tablet.
Do we have any objections from board
No,
counsel?
I do not.
Without hearing no
I'm sorry,
objections, there'll
that's
be,
exhibit 7 in your packet is the CV. All right, I talked over you.
hearing no objections, they'll be admitted as respondents exhibit A.
Got it?
And I do have one motion, if I could make,
Go ahead.
just to ask board members to take judicial notice of Arkansas rules of pharmacy and Arkansas laws regarding pharmacy, specifically those that are mentioned in the order of notice of hearing in this matter.
Without objection.
No objection.
Do the board members need time to review the exhibits off the record? All right. Board counsel, are you ready to proceed?
I am.
And would either of you like to offer an opening statement?
I'll waive opening.
If I might just briefly,
Go ahead.
to the honorable members of the board, please let me first informally say how great it is to be back in Arkansas. I spent 7 or 8 of the best years of my life here. And it's wonderful to return, although obviously I wish it were under a different circumstance. Since entering private practice, I've represented a number of clients in lots of different circumstances. About a month ago, my law partner asked me to represent the respondent in these proceedings. And I'll simply say that I've come to know these people since then. And I would represent to you that you couldn't hope for a more decent and earnest group of individuals. They are truly passionate about what they do, and they prioritize patient care above all else. Now, as I said, we wish we were here under different circumstances. What you will hear today is that these good people made a mistake and want to take responsibility for it. They will explain the mistake, not as an excuse, but to ensure the board knows what happened, so that the board might be inclined to provide a second chance and ultimately allow the respondent to obtain an out-of-state pharmacy permit, so that the respondent can serve the people of this great state. Thank you for your time.
Board counsel, you may call your first.
Call Dr. Brenda McCready. Dr. McCready, the allegation in this matter is that Broadway Pharmacy shipped 96 different prescriptions, including refills of Descovy and some other drugs. How was that discovered by the board?
Broadway Pharmacy applied for an out-of-state pharmacy permit on March 8th of 2023. There is a question in there that says, has the applicant previously or currently shipped into Arkansas? It said no. The board does some verification and when we get an application, we look into whether they've actually shipped, what's been going on with pharmacy. We found out that they had actually shipped. We sent a subpoena to the facility and they returned a list of 96 prescriptions that had been shipped into the state of Arkansas.
And that is over from January 3rd, 22 to March 16th, 23. Is that correct? That time frame that we received?
That is correct.
Okay. And does Broadway Pharmacy have an licensed Arkansas pick at the time this was shipped into Arkansas?
They did not.
Are you aware of any Arkansas pharmacists that worked at Broadway Pharmacy that shipped into or prepared these prescriptions that were sent?
None that I'm aware of.
And if you'll identify for the board members what's been marked under Exhibit 3. First page is a subpoena and cover letter, but what was the results of the
result was a listing of prescriptions that were sent into the state. If you look at the exhibit, actually the patient's full name, address, and city where it was shipped was redacted. We have added an additional exhibit to show the cities, which you were just given under exhibit number 8, I believe, that shows what cities they shipped to. And this is the total of the 96 prescriptions that were sent into the state.
And can you tell the board what type of prescriptions Broadway was shipping into the state?
They were shipping some HIV medications. That's primarily their source of practice, from what I understand. They also had some blood pressure medications, some hormones, estradiol, progesterone, that type of thing.
And so outline for the board the issue and the violations that shipping into the state without a license would cover.
Arkansas requires that prior to shipping any product into the state of Arkansas, you obtain an out-of-state pharmacy permit. It does require that you have an Arkansas licensed pharmacist on staff to work at least 20 hours per week as the Arkansas PIC. That Arkansas PIC does not have to be the same PIC as the PIC that you have in your home state. There's a $300 fee that comes along with that. The application comes into the board. It's reviewed. If there are no issues, then it is approved and sent out so that they can go forward and ship. They have in the past had people call and say, we have somebody that's going to be on vacation. We'd like to ship a shipment or 2 shipments, and that we have allowed them to do that. There was no such contact prior to these shipments.
All right, anything else that you've not already testified that you'd like to add or present?
No, ma'am.
All the questions I have for Dr. McCready.
Questions from the respondent?
No questions. Thank you.
From the board?
And
May-
we would rest at that then.
All right. Respondent?
Thank you. I would like to call Mr. Louis Del Olio as respondent's first witness.
Good morning.
Good afternoon. Would you please state your full name for the record?
Sorry. Good afternoon. My apologies.
Would you please state your full name for the record?
Louis Edward Delolio.
And Mr. Del Olio, are you employed by Broadway Family Pharmacy, the respondent in this matter?
I'm not directly employed by Broadway Family Pharmacy. I am the chief chief operating officer for pharmacy under Healthcare Venture Group and Broadway Pharmacy. We have a subsidiary, which is PRXP. That's the LLC. Broadway Pharmacy is a DBA under the LLC.
Thank you. And where does Broadway Family Pharmacy, excuse me, where is Broadway Family Pharmacy located?
New York City.
And for how long have you held the position of chief operating officer?
18 months.
Okay. Now, as we've heard, this hearing is being held because the respondent shipped certain medications into Arkansas without an out-of-state pharmacy permit, correct?
That's correct.
And as we sit here this morning, do you have personal knowledge of the facts and circumstances surrounding those shipments?
I do.
Mr. Del Olio, the board has been presented with your CV. I believe it's been marked Respondents Exhibit A. I see that you attended the Massachusetts College of Pharmacy.
I did first 5-year program,
And what degree were you awarded?
Bachelor of Science in Pharmacy.
Do you hold any other degrees?
I have a Master of Business I've achieved through Anna Maria College.
The CV reflects extensive experience in both the private and public sectors, as well as some military service. Would you just briefly summarize your career for the board?
Briefly, I was in the military for almost 11 years, served as a platoon leader for an aid station, medics, and I oversaw 25 medics at that time in different parts of the world we traveled. I mainly focused in retail, long-term care, hospital settings over my career. Was appointed the executive director for the State Office of Pharmacy in Massachusetts, but I did that for 30 years, servicing almost 39,000 lives and institutions, including public health, mental health, and at that point, mental retardation facilities and also prison systems. So I had a lot of background with doing that and doing 340B. And then eventually I went into consulting work, consulted to a specialty pharmacy, was hired as a chief operating officer. They sold and went to another specialty pharmacy. I think I retired 4 times, and I guess I have a passion to do pharmacy and I'll continue to do it.
Okay, so let's discuss now your work for the respondent. Would you please provide the board with an overview of the respondent's business and your responsibilities as chief operating officer?
So my responsibilities when I first came aboard was to build structure within the organization for pharmacy and career ladders for pharmacists and technicians. And to also oversee the practice of pharmacy. So we built a team of senior men, or senior individuals that would oversee the day-to-day operations. I have more of a 30,000 view foot of the operations as far as budget, responsibility, staffing, and so on as we go forward. So I sit more in oversight responsibilities.
So would you please explain how a patient might come to be serviced by the respondent?
And we're mainly, you're aware, we're a specialty pharmacy, but you're accredited for both mail order and for specialty HIV, Hep C. And we are mainly associated in a contract pharmacy manner with a covered entity, 340B covered entity, whether it be a federally qualified health center, a lookalike health center, or an AIDS service organization. We're not in hospitals. That's not our goal. Patients go into their respective covered entities, and they are presented with information regarding pharmacy, and we're not the only contract pharmacy for these covered entities. We don't have exclusivity with them. And they're given the choice to go to any pharmacy they choose to go to. If they choose to come to this contract pharmacy, our contract pharmacy, Broadway Family Pharmacy, there's an enrollment form that has to be filled out, and they have to sign and recognize they selected this pharmacy and so on and so forth. That is sent to us with a prescription, and that starts the process of putting them on profile for us.
Hey, let's now discuss the shipments at issue. Mr. DeLolio, did Broadway Family Pharmacy in fact ship prescription medication into Arkansas despite the company not holding an out-of-state pharmacy permit?
Broadway Family Pharmacy did.
And have you reviewed relevant records to determine how many fills were sent?
Yes, we have.
And how many was that?
97.
Okay. Did you review relevant records to determine how many patients received those 97 fills?
Yes.
How many?
20.
Did you perform a thorough root cause investigation to determine what led to these unauthorized shipments?
We have, in fact, performed a thorough root cause analysis. And in fact, we've contracted with the pharmacy management consultant group that will be coming in to do an independent root cause analysis, just to ensure that everything we put in place is actually the best that we can do.
And we'll discuss the details in just a moment, but is it fair to say that what led, if we're going to talk about a root cause, what led to these shipments was human error?
Correct.
And is it also true that since that time, corrective action has been taken to prevent any such human error from occurring again?
Yes, we have put corrective action in place.
Okay. Would you share with the board how medications are dispensed to patients? So specifically like the workflow for dispensing prescriptions, just briefly.
Yes, briefly. As I said earlier, that we receive an enrollment form for a patient. Actually, we're a retail pharmacy, so we have patients that walk in the door and can be serviced, but we're also a specialty. So for specialty pharmacy, contract pharmacy component, we receive an enrollment form. That patient information, demographic, clinical information goes into the system. Pharmacy reaches out to the patient to quantify all that information is correct. And then that patient's prescription comes in and we do order entry, as everybody understands, data entry. And that prescription is filled and so on and so forth. Now, we are HIV, we are Hep C, but we're also PrEP. And for PrEP patients, we have to communicate with the doctor to make sure they had an HIV test that was negative before they start on PrEP. So we're in day-to-day contact with physicians, with patients, and process goes forward that we fulfill the prescription, pharmacist checks it, and it goes to our shipping department. They verify the shipment and it's sent out to the patient overnight, express mail.
Okay, does the pharmacy utilize any software to manage its operations?
Yes, we utilize currently Pioneer RX software.
And the aforementioned steps that you described, entry, fill, check, and ship, are those performed within the Pioneer system?
They are.
Okay. Does Pioneer in fact have a feature whereby a hard block or edit can be entered into the system, which would alert a pharmacist to an issue with a certain fill?
Yes, it does.
And for example, can a block be placed on shipments into states in which the respondent should not ship medication?
Yes, there is a block that can be put in place.
And would you please explain to the board, to the best of your knowledge, why that block was not in place during the relevant time period?
Well, during a relevant time period, the pharmacist in charge wasn't aware that we needed a license to dispense into Arkansas. It was very similar to Massachusetts, where Massachusetts doesn't require a license to dispense. That was the assumption that was made, and nothing ever happened to prove that different, including the VIPS inspection. Inspector that came and do the inspection, he mentioned we were shipping place, but never came back to us to say it was illegal to ship in states without a license. So there was always this concept of predetermination that we didn't need the license. And First Stewart will talk about that. But now we have, after having the incident and working with staff to say, listen, we can't ship into Arkansas. While we try to find an option that would allow us to do it automatically. Staff we had cards on the printers and cards on the data entry and cards in shipping said, don't ship into Arkansas. But again, it's a human component. And you probably remember was during COVID and everything else. So you had agency staff coming in and out, and not to make excuses. We made a mistake, definitely made a mistake, but there were a lot of things that were going on during that time. So we ended up reaching out to Pioneer to say, there must be an option that we can use. And they identified they do have the option, which is a state block. That being said, we also found out that state block after the fact, and hence the 97 versus the 96. After the state block, that state block is only in place for 24 hours. It has to be refreshed every day. So if you put a state block in for Arkansas and you're filling a script for Arkansas, before you can print labels, you have to refresh that in the system. And again, there's training that's taken place by a national trainer. There are documents on every computer that indicates that. And this particular one, that's how we found out about the problem. It got through the system. How do we ship it? We had blocks in place only to go back and find out that block was only in place for 24 hours and has to be refreshed.
All right, so thank you. You just gave us a lot. Let me just try and hit the high points and summarize so we're all on the same page. Our pharmacist in charge mistakenly believed that Arkansas law was similar to Massachusetts law, which currently does not require any sort of permit for shipping into the state.
They did.
That's obviously incorrect.
Correct.
We had no reason to understand that our pharmacist in charge had that, but it was never discussed, correct? And it was our assumption that we were in full compliance in every jurisdiction, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, you mentioned the VIP. I think you're referring to the Verified Pharmacy Program Inspection Report, which was attached to the application. And I want to be clear on this. Although the VIP references Arkansas shipments, your point, I believe, is that it doesn't say that that's unlawful.
Right.
Okay. And isn't it true, Mr. Delolio, that the VPP inspection report was included with our application to this Board of Pharmacy?
Right.
And so although the person filling out the application did not believe we were shipping into Arkansas, is it fair to say that we effectively self-reported the shipping by including the Verified Pharmacy Program Inspection Report?
Correct.
Okay. Now, you discussed that once we learned what happened, once we understood how to work with the hard block modules in Pioneer, that we now have a fully effective hard block that is renewed daily. No shipments have come into the state since that time, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Let's talk about the 97 fills. Have you undertaken an analysis or had someone in your finance department undertake an analysis to determine the profit that the company made from the 97 fills at issue?
Correct.
And what is that sum?
Approximately $12,000.
At minimum, is the respondent ready and willing to disgorge that profit to the board?
Yes, we are.
Okay. Has the respondent since then identified and emphasized best practices and procedures in Pioneer RX and in other operations as a result of what's brought us all here together?
We have.
And you mentioned that you've engaged an outside consultant who will be doing a full verification of the root cause and preventive corrective action as well, correct? His name is Mr. Ed McGinley?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Delolio, is there anything else you'd like to share with the board?
I have nothing else. I talk too much.
That is all that we will ask of Mr. Delolio. I pass.
Questions from board council?
I don't have any questions for this witness.
Questions from the board?
I have one.
I have a couple. First, I would like to say thank you for your service. You said that you're URAC accredited.
Yes, we are.
How long have you been URAC?
March of 22.
Okay. My understanding of URAC accreditation is that one of the requirements for accreditation is that you be licensed in all 50 states.
That's not correct.
Okay.
I believe it's, you could be licensed, but pending getting to that 50 states. That's what it comes up to.
Okay. I think that's my only question right now.
You said that, welcome to Arkansas, by the way.
Thank you.
I understood everything you said. I hope you understand everything we said.
Correct.
Okay.
You can pick up on my Boston accent, right?
I'll try to translate a little bit. So you said you guys contract with FQHCs, lookalikes and round wide HIV centers. So the 97 fills that came into the state, were those through contract pharmacy arrangements with those qualifying type of facilities?
They were
In
all
the state
through
of
contract
Arkansas.
pharmacy arrangements, yes. Oh, I'm
Oh,
sorry.
I was just going to say, in the state of Arkansas, do you have contract pharmacy arrangements with FQHCs, lookalikes, round white centers in the state? And
Not at
that's,
this time.
okay, so the patients must have been living in Arkansas, but maybe a patient to an out-of-state facility, I'm assuming then.
Correct.
Okay. And then you said that shipping into the state was a result of a human error. So when you said that, I just want to get clarification on what that error, human error was. Is that the assumption that Arkansas did not require a state, you to be licensed in the state to ship into the
That's
state?
correct.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else?
I made a statement that said there was no reason that pharmacy or pharmacy did it in Arkansas, I believe you said. Was that because the pharmacy had experience in shipping into Massachusetts that did not require such registration, that Arkansas would be similar?
That's correct. They just made an assumption that they hadn't had a license or didn't have a license within Arkansas. And the reason was that it was very similar. The assumption was similar to Massachusetts that did not require a non-resident license at that time.
Okay. So the pharmacy is, and I realize this is kind of a simple, but I'm laying a basis. That the pharmacy is licensed in the state of New York.
Correct.
And the pharmacists who work at that pharmacy are licensed in the state of New York.
Correct.
Okay, so would you say that more likely than not that the pharmacy as a permit holder or the pharmacist working in that store would more likely be familiar with New York state law than they would Massachusetts state law, or for that matter, any other state, even New Jersey?
I would say that the PIC is well aware of the licenses that he holds and that pharmacy holds. Not
Okay.
all states require the pharmacist to be registered in that state, the PIC. They do require a non-resident license with the exception of Massachusetts at this point.
Okay.
So the pharmacy staff is all provided information on a regular basis, what our requirements are.
So are you familiar with a New York state law entitled Non-Resident Out-of-State Pharmacy Application Requirements and Forms?
Yes,
Okay, are you familiar with application number OOSPH 502?
no, I'm not.
Okay. I'll represent to you, it's a 4-page application that is entitled Application for Non-Resident Pharmacy Registration in New York State. So there are provisions for pharmacies that want to dispense into your home state that require registration by an out-of-state pharmacy. So if your pharmacy or pharmacist would be familiar with their own pharmacy state regulations, they would in fact be aware that such a requirement does exist. And in fact, in your state, so why would it not then reciprocally be required for shipping out to other states, whether it was Massachusetts or not?
You know, the best answer I have is that the pharmacy staff there wouldn't probably know that. The PIC would be aware of that. And every place that we service, we've either applied for a license to do business within that state, whether it be non-resident with a license in that state pharmacist. And we thought we covered all the bases. And that was an assumption that they made early on and just carried through. So it was a bad judgment, bad error that, you know, we accept and we accept responsibility for.
So are the only states that you have shipped to Massachusetts and Arkansas?
No, we've shipped at this point, we're licensed in every state with the exception of Arkansas. In Massachusetts, it does not require a license.
Okay.
At this point.
And so you got a license for those states because you were required to?
Based on our research at that time, we got a license in that state. again, I can't answer why Arkansas slipped through that crack or whatever assumption it was. There was no malintent here to do something wrong, clearly.
Yeah, and I don't mean to imply
Oh, but I'm
that.
just saying, there was no malintent to do anything wrong. It was just something that slipped through. It was an assumption that was made and just carried forth.
And I sincerely believe that statement that you just made. I just want to lay as the basis, though, that if there was no reason to understand on the basis of Massachusetts, but yet you are also licensed in many, many other states, that there would be in fact reason to understand that perhaps Arkansas would require that. Thank you.
Anybody else?
Other questions from the board?
I'll go ahead and ask if I could, Dr. McCready, a question. No,
1 second,
I'm gonna recall her in a second.
okay.
at this point. Anything else?
Is one more witness on,
Recross from the board
not for this witness.
and anything else from respondents council?
Only to just make very clear, Mr. Delolio, in response to the very, very good questions that Dr. Richmond offered, it was an absolute mistake of law that in retrospect seems hard to imagine how we arrived at that, correct? And that our explanation, while not intellectually appealing, is in fact what happened to the best of our knowledge.
Mr. Delolio, before you respond, could you turn your microphone on? Thank you.
Do you want me to repeat my question?
The answer is yes.
Okay, thank you. That's all.
That's fine.
That's all. So may I call our second and final witness?
Mr. Delolio, you can step down as a witness. You can call your next.
A respondent calls Mr. Stuart Winselberg. Good afternoon. Would you please state your full name for the record?
Shmuel Stewart Winselberg,
And where do you live, Mr. Winselberg?
Staten Island, New York.
Are you employed by Broadway Family Pharmacy, the respondent in this matter?
Yes, I am.
For how long have you been so employed?
8 years this month.
And where does respondent maintain its business?
On the Upper West Side of Manhattan, New York City.
What is your position or job title with Broadway Family Pharmacy?
I am the pharmacist in charge.
Okay. In what, well, maybe not in what jurisdictions, how many jurisdictions, in how many jurisdictions do you hold a pharmacist license?
I'm licensed in 19 states and hopefully Arkansas will be my 20th.
Now, this hearing is being held this afternoon because the respondent shipped certain medications into Arkansas without an out-of-state pharmacy permit, correct?
Yes,
And as we sit here, you have personal knowledge of the facts and circumstances surrounding those shipments?
yes, I do.
Mr. Winselberg, just briefly, your background, what degree do you hold?
I hold a Bachelor of Science degree in pharmacy.
And any other degrees?
I'm 2 of the states, Oklahoma and Tennessee, gave me a Doctor of Pharmacy degree. So I'm PharmD in those 2 states.
And for how many years have you been a practicing pharmacist?
43.
Let's discuss briefly your work for the respondent. Would you give the board an overview of your responsibilities as pharmacist in charge?
As pharmacist in charge, I am responsible for 19 employees. It seems to be a recurrent number, but 19 employees. I have on a regular basis, we have 7 pharmacists, 10 technicians. There's a Saturday pharmacist and technician. It's a very slow day. We're responsible for everything that comes in, whether it's data entry, filling the prescription, and ultimately shipping the prescription. We are in charge of, due to URAC, we do clinical work. We confirm the medication for the patients. We confirm that everything is done correctly, and we review every patient record.
Thank you. Now, were you able to listen carefully to Mr. Delolio's testimony this afternoon?
Yes.
Do you agree with that testimony?
Yes.
Well, let's cut right to the heart of the matter. Mr. Winselberg, is it true that in your mind, for some reason, you conflated Arkansas's requirements with Massachusetts? And as it turns out, that's just simply not correct.
That is correct. That's what I thought. I That's how I understood the law, that the state of Arkansas was similar to Massachusetts. And it turns out it was not the case.
Now, of course, as we sit here today, you are now aware that Arkansas law does in fact require an out-of-state pharmacy permit, correct?
Yes,
And but up until these proceedings, you were unaware of that rule.
yes,
And you did not have express communication from any of your regulators or inspectors. At most, would you say you were clued into the fact that there might be such a requirement, but not expressly that there was such a requirement?
that is correct.
Okay. Now, Mr. Delolio testified that the hard block that was ultimately placed needed to be renewed. Are you now confident that there is a workflow whereby at present time, unless and until a pharmacy permit is granted by these good people, that no further shipments will come into the state?
That is correct. In
And that's
fact,
been the case since late March?
correct. I checked regularly and nothing is going through since March.
Okay. And I'll just let you conclude by offering any other personal messages to the board. Is there anything else you'd like the board to know?
I have been a registered pharmacist for 43 years, all of it in the retail pharmacy environment, either independent or working for chains. I have been either the sole owner or partner in 4 pharmacies. And in 43 years, I have never practiced pharmacy or acted with ignorance of the law until this time. And I truly regret it. I'm sorry it happened, and I'm sure it won't happen again.
Thank you, sir. Nothing further.
Questions from the board?
I have one
Counsel?
question,
Sorry.
sorry. Sir, True, you came, I think, probably within the last month or so to attempt your first attempt at passing our law exam, correct?
Yes.
And you didn't pass that day, and today is your intention to take it again this afternoon?
Yes.
That's all I have.
Questions from the board?
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I actually have a question for council. Is that appropriate to ask now, or you want me to wait?
Why don't we wait until the witness is dismissed at this point if you have
No questions.
no questions from the board? Witness may be dismissed at this time, and you had a question on the record for counsel.
Yes. So I see in the order and notice of hearing, I know how that works. Are we also needing to vote on their pharmacy application and his pharmacist application pending passing of the law test?
No, the only issue you have in front of you is the shipping issue. Staff would approve the application, assuming that they have Arkansas pick, obviously. But that up or down vote on the application itself is not in front of you today.
Okay, thank you.
Anything from a respondent on that?
No, I don't know if this is the appropriate time. I just have the briefest closing remarks. I don't know when the appropriate time to make them is.
Just one moment.
Sure.
Anything else from the board? Okay, closing remarks.
I'd like to recall Dr. McCready, if I could do that before we make any closing remarks.
Go ahead.
Dr. McCready, there's a few items that you wanted to point out in the application that was submitted by Broadway, and it's Exhibit 6. Do you want to go over that and anything else you want to add?
Sure, I'm just going to add just a little bit of information to something that was said earlier, and there is a VPP inspection included in this application. And if you look on the VPP, it shows that they did in fact, at that time, they had in fact shipped 13 prescriptions into the state of Arkansas. And he said they basically self-disclosed that by including that VPP. But if you look on the second page of the application where it says, has the applicant previously or currently shipped into Arkansas? They distinctly said no. So we don't take that VPP as a self-disclosure because they absolutely said they had not on the application paperwork. And I just want to make that point.
Anything else, board counsel?
No, I think
this-
Dr. Jolly might have had a question for Dr. McCready.
Respondents counsel, did you have a follow-up question?
The only question I would have, Dr. McCready, is I believe the record reflects a amended application page. I don't recall if it's the second page of the application, but the question you were just referring to, I believe after realizing what happened, the respondent did submit a corrected page.
They did.
And so I just wanted to make the record reflect that.
And that's exhibit 4 after the subpoena. And that's attached to a letter from their previous attorney, which I think is your coworker.
Yes, my partner, Wakaba Tessier, was writing correspondence and we included that. And it's not my job to testify, it speaks for itself, but I just wanted to make clear that the application was amended upon realization, that's all.
And questions from the board? I think we had one earlier.
I'll go ahead and ask it. I guess it could be either for counsel or for Brenda, but they offered to give back the margin that they had made, but is there a way to the only way to recoup that in this hearing through some type of disciplinary action?
I think they offered to the profits that they've made from the transactions in Arkansas is what they're offering. I mean, it's a matter of disciplinary fine that you could take that amount. Dr. McCready can speak to what the board's done with these types of cases in the past.
Yeah.
Because shipping into Arkansas without a license, if you look in the order notice of hearing, there's several violations of Arkansas law. There's no Arkansas pick. So that kind of thing, but I can let Dr. McCready speak to what the board's done in the past, but obviously I believe if you did a disciplinary fine and wanted to include that sort of construct, you would have the option to do that. But Dr. McCready, what generally in the past has the board done with these types of cases to your knowledge?
Generally in the past, when it comes to a full hearing like it is a disciplinary hearing. We have, the law allows the board to fine up to $1,000 per violation. We've not done that in the past. We've done $100 per prescription shipped. I think that kind of is close to where they're talking about as far as what their profits were. So the board can make whatever decision they want to do. But in the past, when it's become a contested disciplinary hearing, full board hearing, it has been a disciplinary hearing. Is that what you were asking?
Yes. And that's exactly what I was wondering. The fact that it's now in a formal hearing and not a conference review. Thank you.
I want to offer an opportunity for the rest of the board to ask questions on that point. And respondents council, did you have any questions on that point?
Well, I suppose it's sort of contained within my closing remarks.
Okay. Anything else, board council
No, not for Dr. McCready.
and respondent?
So may I?
So let's go ahead and do closing remarks. Board council would go first.
I would just say this issue generally is not contested by Broadway Pharmacy. They did ship, there's 96 prescriptions that they shipped into Arkansas, 97 by their count, without a license. 23 patients got those prescriptions. I'm not understanding why we would be joined in with Massachusetts. That argument I'm not following that. But in shipping into the state without a license, they violated several of our Arkansas rules. Those are outlined in the charges, and I'd ask you to look at specifically those and the numerations of those, because it is 96 for each individual rule that they violated. So I'd like you to keep that in mind in your deliberations, and we just ask that the board reviews that and makes a determination appropriate to what's been done in this matter.
Respondent.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is crystal clear that the respondent violated Arkansas law. That's been our position from the beginning, once we realized it. The question is, what action will you all take that applies that law while recognizing a couple of things that I think have been indisputably established. While these violations may have been grossly negligent, this mistake of law, it is a little brain damage inducing. I get it. But there's no intent. There's no recklessness. There's no patient harm. This was just a knucklehead decision or understanding. Corrective action has been already taken with outside oversight, and emphasizing the idea that, look, we let this one slip through. It's never going to happen again. And we're going to make sure of it because we've got outside help. And whether they're deemed self-reported or not, what I would tell you is we have transparently and fully cooperated with the board. And I would think council would not object to that characterization. We want to take full responsibility. We are asking, and we expect to pay a significant monetary sanction. We are asking, however, if the board, and I believe Arkansas law allows for this, a non-disciplinary action as opposed to a disciplinary action would be greatly appreciated by the respondent. As you heard, the respondent does business in a lot of other places. And although I do not purport to be an expert on any of those requirements, it occurs to me that there will likely be very onerous reciprocal reporting obligations. And we would submit to you that if we can get right with you all through whatever you believe would be an appropriate sanction, that if we were to avoid those reciprocal, the waterfall and cascading of reporting this to our other jurisdictions, that would be appreciated. We fully expect that you will apply your very good judgment, and we're grateful for it. We thank you for your time. The goal here is to get right, to make amends, to hopefully earn a PIC license, an out-of-state pharmacy permit. We want to serve the people of this great state. We thank you very much for your time and consideration.
At this time, we'll go off the record for the board's deliberations and a decision regarding the findings of fact, conclusions of law, and or any penalties to be handed down. Once the board reaches a decision, we will go back on the record. We're off the record at this time.
All right. Amy?
Keep starting.
On my left, I can start with Harold next time.
I am incredibly grateful that they just owned up to the mistake. We recognize it. We want to make it right and move forward. So I think we need to take some action. But I think that because they're taking ownership and already have put things in place to help prevent it from happening the next time, we need to take that in consideration as we're deciding the action to take.
Thanks, sir.
As far as a fine, I'll leave it to those who are more astute in monetizing these types of infractions. The only thing I would add is that I personally, if it can be done, would be a non-disciplinary action.
I completely agree with that. I feel like there's mistakes and there's doing things on purpose. And I think this falls in a mistake, and I would like to see it be non-disciplinary if we can.
I agree. I think $9,600 is pretty standard because that's $100 per prescription. They said 97, but I mean, our account was 96 and I'm good with that. I completely agree that I would like for it to be non-disciplinary, but my understanding is that because this is a contested hearing, unless we just completely dismiss it, there is no option for us to make it where we don't have to report it. If it was an informal hearing, I think we could, but my understanding is that we actually don't have that.
So we can investigate.
I think even then, it's still going to be reportable to,
Could go on the record.
We go back on the record just for a brief second, please.
We'll go back on the record at this time for discussion regarding disciplinary and
Yeah, just a question
non-disciplinary.
for the staff.
Okay. Question for whom?
Dr. McCready.
Board counsel, would you like to recall the witness?
Sure, I'll call Dr. McCready.
Go ahead.
So we were wondering about the disciplinary
the board has the option to make the decision they want to make regarding disciplinary or non-disciplinary. It would be more of a consent agreement with a penalty rather than a disciplinary fine, but the board does have that option.
Thank you. All right, we'll go back off the record.
Hold
Oh,
on, we have
sorry.
an additional question over here. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. Is the issue of approval of the out-of-state pharmacy permit before us now?
No, sir.
Okay, so that's not a part of our decision. We're just
The only
talking.
thing we're covering today is just the shipments. Once they have a pharmacist that has passed the law exam and a licensed Arkansas PIC, then staff will approve their application.
Okay, thank you.
You got it here?
I agree.
Other questions?
No, we'd like to go back off the.
Or just giving the respondent, board counsel a chance.
Nothing, no further.
All right, we'll go back off the record for deliberation at this point.
I'm so happily wrong.
All right, so what you got?
I'm agreeing with everyone else. It was an honest mistake. And they came in and owned up to what has happened. They try to hide anything. And for me, that goes a long way.
Don't have anything, gentlemen? Or we have a motion? Can we do one? We'll do a motion.
So we're just gonna impose a non-disciplinary
Yep.
Administrative.
administrative fee of $9,600.
Do it.
Oh,
Right.
before we go back on the record, our charges and allegations, I mean, is that, are those proven, not proven?
And I wouldn't say they're proven, but we can still do what we want to do.
Okay.
Yeah, they are.
All right, let's go back on.
We're back on the record at this time for the board's decision.
I'd like to entertain a motion. Anybody? Go ahead, Brian.
I'll make it. So in the matter of Broadway Family Pharmacy, case number 2023-068. Board finds that allegations 1 through 4 are true and that the 4 charges listed are proven. I make a motion that we impose a non-disciplinary administrative fee of $9,600.
We have a second. We have a second by Dr. Mack. All in favor or any further discussion?
Do we need to say paid by?
I would say, does that need to be, if I was going to make that a part of the motion, I guess I would say 30 days, within 30 days.
I think we need a second on the
Do we have a
completed.
second on the amendment? We do. Any further discussion? All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Any opposed? Ayes have it.
Let the record reflect that the decision is unanimous. Please reduce the board decision to writing and make or attempt service upon all parties. If the respondent cares to appeal the decision, appeal can be taken under any specific provisions relating to this board or under the Arkansas Administrative Procedures Act found at Arkansas Code annotated 25-15-201 at SEC. If there are no other questions or comments, this hearing is concluded and the record is closed.
We adjourn for lunch.
Good luck
Thank you.
on your law
Thank you,
test.
gentlemen. Thank you.
Let's
say 5 till 2.
Shorten it to 30 minutes to get back.
What do you, y'all want an hour, 30 minutes?
45 minutes.
45 minutes? Is that good with y'all? 30 minutes?
We had full discussion right now. These cases are not here. So whether we do them in.
Yeah, what about the other two this morning?
They're not here. Since they're not here, it gives them more time in case they're trying to get here before we call home.
Well, it's up to us. What do we
I
want
would
to
be
do?
in favor of half an hour, but if somebody feels strong.
Back at,
All right, see you in 30 minutes.